us. We want to say to the Minister continued support to the work of the Council in the interest of the professions, the registrants, and the public is highly appreciated. The chairpersons of the Professional Board, Child and Youth Care, Mr. Donald Ngonya, Deputy Chairperson, DBCYC, Ms. Samantha Baron, and the Deputy Chairperson of the Professional Board for Social Work, Ms. Winnie Murage, as well as the Deputy Chairperson of the Council, the members of the Professional Boards, PBCYC, and Professional Board for Social Work present here this morning, and as well as different stakeholders represented here. I've noted in the program that the following are represented: DSD, DPSA, HWCTA, DUT, UNISA, UJ, UNICEF, PHSD, SBC, PSA, as well as NEHAW. Now, I may not be doing justice if I do not also acknowledge the presence of the child and youth care workers, as well as auxiliary child and youth care workers, students, child and youth care workers present here today. I might have mentioned everyone present by name in the interest of time, but I want everyone to know that your presence is highly appreciated. Now, on behalf of the Council and its Professional Board, in particular, the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care, I would like to welcome you to the third summit of the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care. Now, the International Child and Youth Care Workers Week is celebrated globally during the first week of May. And this year, it is being celebrated from the 1st to the 7th of May, 2023, under the theme, Advancing the Professional Development of Child and Youth Care Workers. Now, I want to encourage all of us to embrace the opportunity and to use the third summit to reflect on the ongoing challenges faced by the sector in the country. We should also reflect the challenges faced in the development of profession. In doing so, we should also reflect on achievements so far, because this is where we draw strength, in particular, when we reflect on the impact that we are making in the society. Now, if there's time that the child and youth care work profession is needed, it is now. Given so many social ills and challenges confronted by children and youth daily, I may not mention all of them, but I want to reaffirm the commitment of the Council, as well as the commitment of the Professional Board, to fulfill its purpose as prescribed in the Act, to protect and promote the interests of the profession, but also to maintain and enhance the prestige, the status and integrity and dignity of the profession, and to protect the public. We shall continue to execute our mandate in ensuring that every child and youth care worker and auxiliary child and youth care worker registered with the SACSSP is qualified, and that he or she is able to render quality services to individuals, to groups, communities in an ethical, professional, and effective manner. Now, in this regard, emphasis placed on the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care Work as the regulatory authority for the child and youth care work profession, based on three core mandates. That is, determining minimum requirements for education, training, and development in the youth care work, the regulation of the practicing of child and youth care work through registration, setting and maintaining the standards for the profession for professional conduct in child care. Today, as part of International Child and Youth Care Work Week 2023, it is important that we celebrate together with the world our contributions to the society. While we recognize and appreciate the significant progress that has been made in relation to the development and recognition of the profession over the past decades. Let me conclude by pointing out three key areas. Firstly, it is important that we acknowledge and recognize the challenges that the child and youth care work profession face in an honest and concrete manner, as therein lies the strategic solutions they seek. Secondly, I want to say that complex challenges require multiple stakeholders to play an active role towards the solutions. Therefore, council and the professional child and youth care work can only do what is within its scope. Every stakeholder involved needs to play an active and direct role. In conclusion, the history of the child and youth care work profession in the country shows resilience, endurance, and compassion. And so let's use strength to propel forward in this journey. I wish you a fruitful, solution-based third summit. Thank you so much, Program Director.
Thank you so much, President, for that hearty welcome. I'm sure everybody's feeling welcome this morning. I want to, at this stage, ask Mr. Alfred Harris, member of Council and also a designated member on the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care Work, to share with us the purpose of the summit. Over to you, Ndate Harris. Before, I'm going to ask one more time, if you're not speaking, please mute your video and your mic until you are asked to do so. Thank you so much. And for those who were not present at the beginning, please type your name and the organization you're coming from so that we can properly acknowledge you. Thank you. Over to you, Ndate Harris.
Good morning, Langa. Good morning, Dr. Langi. Good morning, President. And all other protocols are observed. My role this morning is to set out the purpose of the third summit of the Professional Child and Youth Care Work Board for today. Now, members, you would remember, or registrants, you would remember that this is the third summit that is being held by the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care Work. And the theme for today's summit is the ongoing crisis in the child and youth care sector in South Africa and its impact on the welfare of children and youth. Now, the previous two summits that we came out with certain resolutions and gave certain tasks to our departments to support the implementation of the regulations for the forward movement of the child and youth care field. Today, registrants and members of the Professional Board and Council, we come together as a sector, not only to celebrate the professional development of child and youth care work, but also come together as a sector to listen to what the movement, the forward movement is that the department, not only the department, also Council is making in enhancing the professional development of child and youth care work in South Africa. One of the things that you want to hear and get the understanding of and the way forward is the understanding that there will be tertiary education opportunities for the sector. The department has worked on the business plan that was developed, and the department
Thank you so much, Mr. Harris. Very sweet and short. I want to, at this stage, just acknowledge some of the guests that I've seen coming through. They are colleagues from the DPSA, from Durban University of Technology, from the Office of the Deputy Minister, Social Development, from the PSA Union, from the National School of Government, from the Office of the Chief Justice, from QCTO, from SACSSP, and I want to just acknowledge all of the beautiful VIPs, child and youth care workers who were celebrating this week. And I want to say, today is your day, this week is your week, where we are affirming the role that you play in society. And I think with what the President has said and what Mr. Harris has said, it really affirms that we need to continue to give support to the child and youth care work sector so that it can grow in leaps and bounds. At this stage, I'm not sure if the Minister has managed to join. I'm just going to quickly check through Molebogeng, if you can help me with just indicating at the point where the minister is joining us, if she's in the house, just let me know. And I'm going to now move with the program. I will hand over to the chairperson for the professional board, social work, the deputy chairperson, Ms. Winnie Morake. Over to you, Winnie, to give a message of support.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Winnie Morake. I'm the Deputy Chairperson of the Professional Board for Social Work. Please allow me to humbly apologize on behalf of the Professional Board for Social Work Chairperson, Ms. Ida Stradom, who could not attend the ceremony due to other engagements, but she has sent her warm regards. Chairperson, allow me to acknowledge, even though the Honorable Minister is not here today, but let me acknowledge the Office of the Minister, our President, Dr. Mbezi, our Registrar, Dr. Mamba, Chairperson and Deputy Chairperson of CYC, Council members who are here today, professional board members who are here today, senior management from different stakeholders, staff, our guests, and most special acknowledgement to the distinguished guests, which are child and youth care workers that we're celebrating today, all protocol observed. Chairperson and the guests today, the Professional Board of Social Work supports the third summit. We are here today as the Professional Board for Social Workers. For social work, the members are here to celebrate with you. And we are proud that South African CYC sector today celebrates with the world and acknowledges the CYC International Month, the contributions and achievements of the profession so far, and most of all, trying to align with the theme, showing keenness to advance the professional development. The CYC theme of advancing professional development of CYC is relevant and appropriate in this current era, as the world and the challenges are evolving. Having said that, let us commend the Professional Board for CYC for actually being steps ahead of the theme itself by having the policy of the continuing professional development for child and youth care workers. The Professional Board for CYC are striving to align with the international best practices. Hence, the board, under the auspices of the Council, established the system of continuing professional development, and this system will enhance and ensure the quality of services rendered by the child and youth care workers. Of course, the implementation thereof is a step towards realization of advancing professional development of CYC. In principle, the Professional Board and the Council are showing commitment through this policy to a continuing professional development system that is transparent, flexible, cost-effective, user-friendly, and accessible to all practitioners. This will enable and encourage child youth care workers to share and train other child care youth workers on new knowledge and expertise facing the evolving world and the challenges. Program Director, the focus of this summit is ongoing challenges in the development of the profession, which is a reality, which is relevant, and appropriate. But from the Professional Board of Social Work, let us remind our CYC to say challenges will always be part of any profession. Over and above, we know that the global challenges also bears an effect on the country's political, economic, and social spheres, which further escalates our vulnerable children and youth problems. This further poses a burden on the CYC profession. However, the fact that CYC profession identifies and acknowledges these challenges is a big step. As a result, this is a call for concern, which requires the collaboration of all CYC sector stakeholders to address these challenges. They cannot make it alone. This requires support in all forms, referring to the expertise, the capacity, the resources, but most importantly, the financial resources. We know we cannot actually make it without the financial resources. Social work commend the leadership for making this third summit possible today. You have actually demonstrated that you regard CYC as a noble profession. You take the CYC month seriously. You acknowledge the efforts of our child and youth care workers. Oh, apologies, but you acknowledge the presence. I will have to go to allow me, Chairperson, I will have to go to the presentation now. The gadget has disappointed me, but just to continue in the absence of the gadget, let me say thank you leadership for taking seriously this week and the summit, and to the managers of CYC who are here today. We say to you, continue to be the shining light. We know it is not easy, but we have to adhere to the policies and to the professional code of conduct. So your presence, your leadership is highly appreciated. We know you are dealing with diverse subordinates, but keep that torch shining. To the CYCs, our distinguished guests today, it is a fact that we have just CYCs who are there, but we have great child and youth care workers who are there to provide the service. I'm challenging you today to say, why do you just choose to be an ordinary CYC? I plead with you today to strive to be a great CYC, and that can be achieved through, of course, continuous professional development, but most of all, change of a mindset, have a positive attitude, serve with empathy, dedication, and compassion. In closing, Registrar, Madam Registrar, and the distinguished guests, I would like to see CYCs. The challenges are there, but most of all, we have to uphold the children's rights. And who can do it better if not the CYC profession? So we wish you all the best as you're striving to enhance professionally, as you strive to address the challenges, and we pledge for our continuous support as the Professional Board of Social Work to collaborate with you to make the child and youth care work a better place. I thank you all.
Can we give a round of applause for that stunning message of support? Thank you so much, Deputy Chairperson, Board Social Work, Mewini Murake. Can we please give a round of applause? Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate the message, and I'm not going to spoil it by trying to say anything further. I note that there is a hand. I'm not sure there is a person whose hand is up, whether they want to ask a question at this stage, but I want to acknowledge the following people. From the Board Child and Youth Care Work, Advocate Lulamile Peter, Mr. Simpiwe Nzama, Ms. Shalin Singh, Mr. Gutlen Tintili, Dr. Malek, Ms. Samantha Baron, the Deputy Chairperson, Mr. Ngobeni, Advocate Block. From the Council, Ms. Malebo Mukoni, Mr. Cornelius, Dr. Alsop. From SACSSP office, Mr. Hitler Sikitla, the Manager for Professional Conduct, as well as the Acting Manager for Registrations, Mr. Liapo Siele from IT, Ms. Elizabeth Mokhole in the Office of the Registrar, the two secretaries for the Board, Social Work and Child and Youth Care Work, Ms. Lungi Mbuzo from Communications, the colleagues from Community Development, from the Education, Training and Development. You are most welcome. And I also want to acknowledge the presence of the former chairperson of the Board, Child and Youth Care Work, Dr. Zeni Tambadu. Thank you so much for gracing our occasion. There are also people that I've noticed, Prof. Kware from DUT and Ms. Seluma. So all the colleagues that are in the house, you're most welcome. And as I said at the beginning, this is a beautiful week where we're looking at the developments since the third Board Child and Youth Care Work, since our first summit. Today we're having a follow-up, and it is a beautiful day that we would all cherish as we can see how the Board Child and Youth Care Work has been advancing, the issues for growing this sector. So I'm going to, at this stage, just go on with the program. I've asked my team to alert me if at any point the minister walks in so that we can acknowledge her and allow her to do her input. At this stage, I'm going to ask the chairperson of the Board, Child and Youth Care Work, Ntate Donald Ngonyama, to give us the status of the Child and Youth Care Work in South Africa. Mr. Ngonyama, over to you. Whilst he's getting ready, any person who has not put their name in the chat bar, please do so. And just remember to keep your mics muted and your videos muted until you are asked to do so. Mr. Ngonyama?
Good morning, Registrar, and good morning, colleagues. I want to, can you see my presentation before I start?
Yes, it is. It is available.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, I would like to start by...
Sorry, Program Director, if it can be on slideshow mode, the presentation, for those who are watching from cell phones as well, please.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to start by once again acknowledging you, Registrar, and a chairperson of the third summit for the Child and Youth Care Work. This is the third summit, meaning that we have had two other summits before this one. And then I also want to acknowledge the President of Council, Dr. Mbedzi, in absentia, who we are hoping is going to join us, and her team, Ms. Neliswa and the team who have joined us from DSD, all the council members and the professional board for social work who were able to join us today, the staff of council, the different institutions who are contributing in the development of the child and youth care work, the Durban University of Technology, UNISA, HWCTA, Department of Education, the trade unions, and the different forums amongst us, the child and youth care workers, from the different child and youth care centers and NPOs around our country. As indicated, this week, it's the Child and Youth Care Workers Week, which is being celebrated throughout the world. And the theme for South Africa is advancing the professional development of child and youth care workers. And we hope that this is not going to be another talk show, but from here, the different stakeholders will take from here and move on to ensure that they work on the different areas of work that require to make this profession to advance. I'm going to be speaking on these different areas: the description of the child and youth care work profession, challenges faced by child and youth care workers, the previous engagements that were held with the different stakeholders, the importance of advancing the child and youth care work profession now, strategic role of child and youth care workers within the district development model, the proposed solutions and the relevant stakeholders, and the child and youth care workers registration and regulations. Before I start, I also want to once again thank the former chairperson and the board of the third professional board of child and youth care. We are doing this work taking from the foundation that they have set for the sector. And it's a continuation of a lot of work that was done by them. And we appreciate the effort. And we also appreciate that they handed over to us very clearly. We knew very well what needed to be followed up. So the description of the child and youth care work, we have spoken about this in the past two summits, but I felt that I should pick up from or extract from what Dr. Thambadu has written in a thesis, sorry, where she spoke of that child and youth care work, life space work, and it's a way of conceptualizing working with young people in the spaces where their lives unfold. The immediacy of life space work also creates in the moment opportunities. And this is the term that it's used in the child and youth care sector, working in the moment, which is very critical. It is a relational practice, and it's a way of being with youth in the lived experience, bringing oneself fully into the therapeutic experience. It provides the safe spaces and create the safe spaces for engagement and connection. So when the child and youth care workers are working with children and youth, they, because of the training that they receive, they are able to make children feel safe, respected, and secured. There is the therapeutic use of daily life events that are facilitated to create change in the lives of children and youth. And the child and youth care work unfolds in the context of families, which is very important. We do not work on their own, but we work with children in the context of their families and communities. International use of developmentally appropriate interventions, the building competence through a strength-based approach, because the child and youth care worker is trained to understand the use of strength-based approach as they work with children who are at risk. It is, we ensure that there is meaning making during the interaction with the child, supporting young people to imagine hopeful futures for themselves, because these are young people who have undergone difficulties in their own lives. So it's important that we help them to be hopeful, to see the future differently, and to believe that tomorrow it's going to be better than today. And all the above is necessary for a child at risk. I know that there is a lot that we can talk about when we talk of the child and youth care work when we unpack the child and youth care work and when we talk of the definition of a child and youth care work. But let me just, start by reminding people of who we are and what we stand for in the lives of children and youth and families. The challenges that are faced by the child and youth care workers. It's continuation of the inequities in the public sector on occupational specific dispensation of care workers compared to other social service practitioners. For the past 15 or more years, and we believe that we'll one day get to a point where
and then Ella, you know what happened? Switch SIM card if it but I think it's a month and so little work I
many years.
SIM card, switch tablet. Then you're not going to Ziras and
because it is not broken.
So I get
we need that to be removed. And we believe that the different stakeholders led by the Department of Social Development can play a very critical role in addressing this. Many
but then you're not saying I think it was the month and then get a book on but then SIM card is thing is look at more tablet thing because they feel a battery phone then they make switch it but it's there
because
I had email and I can bring it
to deliver to their optimum if they are not getting paid regularly and well on time. If they feel disrespected, you cannot expect them to be providing the kind of that is going to is moving our country forward. Delays in the transfer of grants to NGOs and NPOs, a sign of lack of respect for the child and youth care work profession, especially this is what I have spoken about as called the dry season. Now that we are moving, we've just entered the new financial year. For this month of for April, this month of May, and maybe a few months to come, the child and youth care workers who are working in the NPO may not receive their stipend on time because the grants have not been released to organizations. And we hope that we will call this history one day. And we all have to commit to addressing this problem. Few tertiary institutions offering child and youth care work degrees or postgraduate qualification, supporting the development of the degree programs by government. The support is not being demonstrated enough by government. And we appreciate the universities that are joining us today, who are going to be sharing with us the work that they are doing. But we are still saying that people are waiting and they cannot wait any longer. So we need to find ways to fast track these processes. A promise on providing bursaries by the Department of Social Development has not been realized in most provinces and national department. And we are calling for this to be addressed as quickly as possible. Too few child and youth care workers at professional level. We need professional child and youth care workers to become supervisors and to lecture in NQF level 5 and for the degree studies that we are talking about. And we need support from the different stakeholders to assist in fast-tracking this process. Efforts to create upward mobility for child and youth care workers in government has only been seen in one province, which is Gauteng. And we want to use this platform to commend and appreciate the leadership that is being shown by Gauteng. And we're hoping that the other provinces will also follow suit. DSD recruitment processes in some provinces do not specify registration with the South African Council for Social Services Profession as a requirement. And this, it's very sad. We do understand that there are mandates sitting with different departments. And what we are seeing is that these departments that have the responsibility to recruit and employ the the civil servants, especially child and youth care workers, may not be talking to one another, because even last week, I myself saw an advert that was sent out, which required a social worker to have registered with council, but a child and youth care worker to only have experience in the child and youth care field. There was no need for them to have registered with council. And we need to understand that this, when it happens, it's breaking the rule, the law which it's signed for by our government, and our department has to lead on it. So we need to try and avoid those kind of things. Child and youth care workers are in many cases being supervised by social workers. And worse of that, the worst part in that is that we still have child and youth care workers who are supervised by social auxiliary workers. And in some cases, social auxiliary workers who find the profession inexperienced. And I am not saying that when they are experienced, it is the right thing to do. It is not. But it is heartbreaking when you see newly qualified social auxiliary workers being given the responsibility to lead the child and youth care workers who have been in the field. Social auxiliary workers and child and youth care workers, most of them are on the same level of qualification. And by law, social workers cannot be supervising child and youth care workers, and the other way around also applies. Child and youth care centers require support through continuous training and opportunities to be made available. We are seeing a deterioration of quality of services that have been presented, and I indicated this. And we are calling for every stakeholder that is responsible to play their part. Meetings were held with DSD, organizational development and human resource planning regarding the business case with regard to the development of child and youth care. And the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care and members of council met with DSD to discuss similar concerns since before COVID-19 with limited outcomes. Engagement of the recognition of the child and youth care work role in the Department of Education resulted in positive progress. And we would like to appreciate this, that the Department of Education is taking the role of the child and youth care workers in the lives of learners seriously. And we are hoping that this is going to progress to a point where we will be able to have a child and youth care worker in every school one day, where we know that all child and youth care workers who are at risk, who are troubled, they can be referred to somebody who can intervene right there. The recognition of the role of child and youth care workers in Department of Justice is appreciated. Engagement with universities, Durban University of Technology, University of the Western Cape, UNISA, and UJ regarding the child and youth care degree had taken place. Engagement on the recognition and inclusion of child and youth care workers in the district took place through the leadership of the third board, and this board will take that forward. The UNICEF and HWCTA role in the development and strengthening of the social service professions and the child and youth care work in particular, it's highly appreciated. The importance of advancing the child and youth care work profession now. Government invested a lot of money through the ECBND program and trained thousands of people. There is an obligation to ensure that these people are supported to further develop professionally. Some of them did the training, but they have not completed. And we're talking of some 2 years or more since the transition took place. All the stakeholders led by the Department of Social Development have a responsibility to see to it that these trainings that were started for these people is completed. We cannot be investing more money to people to start training afresh when they are almost complete. We need to help them to complete so that they can be properly registered and be assisted to continue with their professional development. They will either decide to go for the diplomas or other training that enhances the qualifications that they will be having. South Africa and Africa is a youthful country and requires a child-focused workshop who will ensure the optimal development of children at risk. South African children are faced with various social ills, and the president put it very well. These social ills where prevention and early intervention on a community setting must be prioritized. We need to make sure that we are doing as much prevention and early intervention as possible, especially when we are talking of the social ills, including the drugs that we are seeing everywhere, our children getting into nyaupes and other things. We cannot wait any longer. We need to have people who are going to work towards addressing these challenges. The growing economic challenges are making situations of many children dire, and an urgent intervention with a well-supported workforce is needed without delay. The challenges experienced by learners in schools continue to increase. Drugs and substance abuse, teenage pregnancy, family violence, absenteeism, bullying, etc. We need to make sure that there are trained people who are there with the children so that they are able to intervene. Children at risk, troubled children, require a different approach that is relational, developmental care, and responsive to their needs at that moment. The strategic role of child and youth care workers within the district development model is critical. And as I indicated, that there were engagement that took place between the third board and COPTA, and that needs to be taken forward. The ECBND model transitioned into RISIHA was developed well in line with the district development model approach. Child and youth care workers have been found to be a resource in communities where they stand in to respond to other community needs in addition to servicing children. And we have seen this in those years during the implementation of the ECBND, where child and youth care workers became a very important resource in communities. And we want to see that continuing in the newly transitioned program. Child and youth care work contribute to local skills development, women empowerment, rural development, availing community resources, creation of access role models, a workforce that understands how to work with children at risk, and as well as job creation, which is one of the biggest problems that we are facing in this country. Child and youth care workers understand the challenges faced by their own communities, which makes it easier to address them. Due to South Africa being a youthful country, it makes sense to have a workforce that work with children if we need to be a successful country. Propose solutions and the relevant stakeholders. DSD to commit fully to the development of the child and youth care profession with clear objectives and timelines. We need to be working towards something within a time-bound plan. Changing stipends to salaries, that is a call that is coming from all the child and youth care workers. Respect the child and youth care workers in community based on their employment contracts. Honor government legislation, ensure that when we send out a call for people to apply as child and youth care workers, there is a need, a requirement that they are registered with council. Complete the business case for effective recognition and deployment of child and youth care workers. Include child and youth care workers to benefit from bursaries. Address the long-standing issue of OSD. Universities to fast-track the development of the degree program, considering online option, because many of the child and youth care workers we are talking about are employed and may not afford to leave their families and their jobs to study full-time. COCTA to fast-track the inclusion of the child and youth care workers in the district development model with a dedicated budget, Treasury must be informed that there is a profession called child and youth care work. In all the Treasury, the budget speeches that I have listened to, I have never heard of a mention of child and youth care work. And we are saying, if not mentioning child and youth care work by name, rather have a budget that accommodate all the social service professionals and which covers all of us. Trade unions to step in and support the workforce with a clear understanding that child and youth care work is an essential service. Department of Basic Education to review its policies and fully include the child and youth care workers in the education system. We know that that process is underway and we are calling for it to be fast-tracked. UNICEF to continue in its workforce strengthening with a clear objective for the child and youth care work as a developing profession and a child protection workforce. We are also saying to the child and youth care sector that the professional board calls on all child and youth care workers to ensure that they are registered and licensed to practice, because doing otherwise it's illegal. Professional board for child and youth care is cognizant of the time provided since 2014 for child and youth care workers to acquire some qualifications. Since the introduction of the sunset or granite laws, 9 years has lapsed and people have been afforded enough time to move from where they were to getting a qualification. A communication with regard to the child and youth care workers practicing without any proper training will soon be undertaken by council. In conclusion, I want to say that the professional board is appreciative of the willingness demonstrated by key partners and other stakeholders, DOT, HWC, UNISAS, the SACSSP, and others. However, a fast-paced process with recognition of what is at stake will be appreciated. Expansion of the settings for the deployment of child and youth care workers is required. Child and youth care workers should be seen in communities, schools, Department of Justice, Department of Health. Where there are children, there must be a well-trained and qualified person to work with the children. Need for greater commitment of DSD and the NPO sector to rigorously follow and manage the implementation of professional regulations of child and youth care workers in government and NPO employment is required. The fourth professional board is committed to continuing the work done by the third board and to ensure that there is some progress in the development of the child and youth care profession. The professional board for child and youth care calls for a decisive, relevant response to the ongoing crisis in the child and youth care profession from DSD and other stakeholders to avoid the escalation of the crisis in the sector. Child and youth care work sector is one of the professions that feels undermined and disregarded. With commitment from every stakeholder, it can be changed. Thank you very much, Madam Registrar, and I wish all child and youth care workers well-deserved celebration for the Child and Youth Care Workers Week. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ndetengonyama, for that intense, elaborate, presentation. And I'm sure that all the stakeholders have heard you. Everybody knows that they have a role to play. Can we give him another round of applause? Thank you so much. I want to acknowledge at this stage the other important VIPs who are watching and following on YouTube. I'm not sure at this stage how many are logged in. Communications can update us. But I want to also acknowledge people who have joined us in the house from Prof. Desiree Lecoq, from our colleagues in DSD Provincial in the Eastern Cape, Joe Gabi, Ms. Salasile, Austabiso, and from Northwest, Me Masego Mekwe, and also from the National Department of Social Development, Ms. Neliswa Tsekiso and Ms. Makubedu in the Children's Directorate, and also Mr. Mulao from the Board Social Work. From the National Association for Child and Youth Care Workers, I noticed all the provincial chairpersons who have managed to join us, and all the DUT students who are in the house, as well as the Forum for Child and Youth Care Workers in Limpopo. You are all.
Hello, good you guys.
Eunice Vilakazi, our
Sharp.
manager.
Maruta.
For all the child and youth care workers, because today
Yes.
is their day, but we also just unveiling this beautiful week where we're going to be affirming them and saying that they are special, and we are all going to carry them to make sure that the issues which the chairperson has just highlighted will be carried forward. He's touched access to bursaries, access to higher education institutions. He's touched on issues of career pathing, salaries, the poor stipends or the lack thereof. Sometimes people go for months without getting any salaries or any stipends. And also he touched on the issue of skills transfer. We need to make sure that we unlock opportunities for child and youth care workers to start supervising, to grow into those opportunities where they can become managers, so that ultimately child and youth care workers are managing and supervising their own child and youth care workers. So it is a beautiful day, all the reflections that we need to do. And I'm very happy to see that we have PSA in the house. And I'm sure they've also had the issues around adverts, which are not meeting the legal requirements, to make sure that people or employers, especially government, because the delinquents, most delinquents is not even NPOs, it's government. And I think we need to hold government accountable. Those departments who continuously issue adverts which do not call for registration with council, they need to know that it is not okay, because it is undermining the very existence of the professional boards and also undermining the advancement of the profession. So thank you so much, Ntate Ngonyama, for giving us that powerful presentation which brings everything together so that we see with the 3 summits what has happened, where are we today. So I'm hoping that all the speakers who are going to be giving input will be able to pick up on some of the issues that we have highlighted, be able to make a commitment to bring about the change that we need. I want to also just read a chart which is very, very important also to the advancement of child and youth care work. Ms. Louise Lepan from the National School of Government. I am so excited about the commitment that you've made. I just want to read it quickly. Ms. Lepan is saying the cabinet has approved the national framework towards the professionalization of the public service. How might we, as NSG, partner with the board and members in the summit to support professionalization of child and youth care workers through our training and development programs? This is very exciting because it's saying we're not only looking up to universities or TVETs to train our child and youth care workers, but we also have National School of Government, which is committed to improving the quality of public servants out there. So we will take on that challenge, and I'm sure the chairperson and the board can hear that there are already commitments being made, and we must grab them with 2 hands. I want to thank you so much, Ms. Lepan, for putting in that commitment in the chat bar. I want to also just ask people to please continue to write your name and the organization you're coming from so that we can acknowledge you. I am just so excited because we have so much people coming in, logging in at this stage. We have a whopping 155 people in the house. So it shows that people feel the energy for child and youth care workers to be uplifted. So I am so excited. And as we continue with the program, I'm going to now just call on these special guests that we have from the child and youth care work centers. across the country who are going to share the experience. I've said at the beginning, we are celebrating the beginning of Child and Youth Care Week, and we're also celebrating the development and the progress that has been made by the third board, now leading to the fourth board, and to see where are the areas where we must, continue to press to make sure that change can happen. So at this stage, I'm going to call on Ms. Linky Msunwa. She's a child and youth care worker in a residential care area. She will explain where she's coming from, and to ask her while she's speaking, I'm giving her 5 minutes.
I've been in the field for child and youth care work for about 20 years. And through those 20 years, I was exposed to different levels, wherein it has shaped my career professionally and developmentally as well. So I started in a community, then there I moved on to doing administration. I've also done training, and then now working at the residential care facility, which I've got about 10 years now working in the residential care facility. I've had the opportunity to work in 3 different residential care facilities, of which all of them are owned by the DSD. And in each and every institution that I worked in, I was able to grow and develop professionally, because you will agree with me that all these different settings provide different opportunities as well, and also to be able to integrate with regard to what child and youth care means in this particular setting. So I was fortunate enough to have worked within this opportunity to be able to come up with the systems in place, which also gave us the opportunity as child and youth care workers to ensure that we are able to clarify our role as to what is it that we are supposed to be doing as child and youth care workers within that particular setting of the residential care facility. And allow me also to indicate that within the residential care facility, the child and youth care workers' role is to ensure the provision of care and protection of children in all aspects. That means we need to ensure that physically, emotionally, cognitively, young people are able to provide. Remember that in the CYCC is a 24-hour service, meaning that whatever the needs of a young person, we as child and youth care workers have to is being addressed. And then one other role that the child and youth care worker plays within the CYCC is to ensure that young people's behavior are managed. We also understand that the behavior of young people is driven by their needs. Being able to understand the context allows the child and youth care workers to be able to manage the young people's behavior. And in my experience and the teams that I've worked with, I realized that whenever the child and youth care workers are professionally developed, they've got their qualification and various training that they've undergone with regard to behavior management, it makes it possible for them to be able to manage and ensuring that whoever role player that is needed in managing the behavior or meeting the needs that is driven by that behavior, it's engaged and the process of managing the behavior, it's almost possible. And I would also like to indicate that this is the important aspect while we having children and youth 24 hours in the center, although sometimes they have to go to school for those particular hours, but then as child and youth care workers, we are the ones who spend most of our time with them, ensuring that we manage their behavior, making sure that each and every young person it's feeling safe in the environment that they are brought in for their safety, because out there it was not safe for them to be able to. So that is the important aspect of the child and youth care worker, and also ensuring that always and all the times as a child and youth care worker we wear the cap of a child and youth care worker and remaining professional as well. And one other thing that is the role of the child and youth care worker is to implement mental programs that are required to each and every individual young person, or it be a program for a group. That's the role of the child and youth care worker, to ensure that those are able to take place, because at the end of the day, the needs of the young people who have been identified and then are able to be met by these programs, and where possible, young people are able to be reintegrated within their families as well as their community. And once more, to ensure that the child and youth care worker also keep records of their interaction with children and youth, which is also a very important aspect as we speak now about the advancement of the profession of child and youth care. Having the records of everything that we are doing with young people is a very important aspect. So in all those institution and the teams that I've worked with, we were able to ensure that we do have this kind of systems in place, whereby we're able to refer and able to account for the work that we are doing with young people, which is very important also when it comes to heading over. As you know, that at residential care facility, we work shifts. Some shift to take in during day, some shift take in during the night. So a clear communication is required, and therefore administrative work is also very important. And I would also like to indicate the importance of teamwork, because this, as I've been working, I found it's a very important aspect of the work. That as child and youth care workers alone, we cannot do it. We as social workers, we need to work together, and also all other multidisciplinary teams that are involved in the life of young people. This is a very important aspect, and I've seen it where I've been working and where I am working now, that the teamwork it's a key aspect into ensuring that we are able to help the young people. The disciplinary team is very important, ensuring that it be health, the nurse and the teachers at school, it be the family, it be the case manager, in the institution and outside the institution, then working together we are able to ensure that at the end of the day, young people are being helped and are able to have their needs met. And teamwork also ensures that when it comes to implementation of the programs, they become successful because each and everyone has got their role to play. And then all together, we become the winning team. Therefore, unity is a key aspect of within the residential care facility. And you will also agree with me that even in various settings, where child and youth care it's working, then teamwork is also plays an important roles over them. It also enhances communication, and whereby communication is enhanced, we are able to see progress with regard to the cases that we are working with, and then we are also able to have updates of each other on the cases that we are having, and we are also able to share as well as the challenges that we are encountering as a team, and we are also able to clarify the roles as to who is supposed to be doing what, and then everybody is able to do their role. So with teamwork, it's possible within the CYCC to make sure that the young people at the end of the day are being assisted and their needs are being met. And teamwork also ensures that the roles of multidisciplinary team members are also clarified. Whereas while everybody is working in their own corner, that is not possible. And at the end of the day, you will find that the young people whom are supposed to be assisted are the one who suffers. But then if as a team we come together, then we clarify our roles, everyone is able to do their work, and then we are able to help the young people, ensuring that the multidisciplinary team meets regularly with regard to the cases of the young people as well as the challenges. That I've also seen to be very helpful. And one other thing, it also assists in managing the behavior of young people. You will agree with me that working with young people at some stage, they are very, they've got their own way of escaping their responsibilities, even where they are the ones who they become manipulative at some point. But then if we do not have teamwork, and then we are not able to manage such kinds of a behavior, but where the team it's working together, and then they are able to manage the behavior of the young people. And then through teamwork, one thing that I've also observed is that we are able to, it also creates the platform for advocacy, whereby as child and youth care workers or as yes, well as everybody within the team is able to advocate. Okay, can I continue? Can I continue?
Yes, continue. I think that interruption is saying you are overstepping now. So maybe you can go towards closing. Thank you.
Okay. No, thank you so much. I understand that Mr. Donald was able to highlight like most of the challenges that are there, and I think that's it. What I was supposed to share. I don't want to cross the line as you've indicated, but then all in all, that's all that I was supposed to share. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Linky. I can listen to you the whole day, just that we don't have enough time. The acting HOD for Gauteng DSD, Ntate Onkemetse Kabasia, and Mr. Franz Mantosi, all the way from Germany. He's our member of the board, social work. Welcome, and thank you so much for making the time to join us this morning. I want to move on with the program, and any other special guests who have joined us, you are most welcome. Please remember to type your name and the organization you're coming from in the chat bar so that we are able to recognize you properly. I want to now move on with the program and ask Ms. Boniswa Genge from a community setting to come and share with us her experience as well. Ms. Boniswa, over to you. Ms. in the house?
Yes, I'm in the house.
Thank you so much. Do you want to close the curtains? It's a bit blurry behind you because of the light that's coming in.
Okay, I can change where I'm sitting.
Thank you.
Sorry for that.
Much better, much better. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm Boniswa Genge. I'm a child healthcare worker. I've been in community setting for 14 years. The other 2 years, it was for training. I started at an organization at Welly, a healthcare worker, and then I worked as a mentor, NACCW, through ECBD program, and then I became a mentor supervisor, and then a senior mentor for Gauteng province, and also a senior mentor for Northwest province. And then I also work at the Department of Social Development at the provincial level at Northwest as a child and care worker supervisor for RIFIHA program. However, it was a 2-year contract which ended last year, September. Currently, I work as a youth coach guide for BPS program, which is a basic package of support under a UCT University of Cape Town and UJ. And the program is NEET, meaning for youth who are not employed in employment and youth who are not either in training. And with my experience as a child and youth care worker in community, is that we uphold and promote the rights of children and young people, and also develop a professional relationship with the young people and children together with their families by empowering and supporting them to meet their identified needs. Looking at the 7th domain, which will be the childcare and protection, psychosocial support, nutrition, education, health, HIV and AIDS, and economic strengthening. However, this can be done through the light-based work because it's when we are conducting the home visit, school visit, and also at the safe park during the interaction or during the activities. It's where we assess and identify strengths and also the need, and then develop the IDPs, which is individual developmental plan, and also the family assessment plan. So during the home visits, we try to put a structure in families through routine so that they are in place, monitor them, assist with homework supervision, also assist families to access documents like birth certificates, the IDs, and also upon receiving the document, assist them for grant application, and then also draft budget and monitor it, and also assist them to implement food gardening. And also for the youth, and also assist them to apply to tertiary institutions, and also organize career expos. And this has become like successful because adults, we have seen them graduating and become the professionals. And throughout this, when we are trying to assist the families, we also the grief work memory box, and when we are working, we also through this, you'll find out that some of the children or youth, they are having depression. Other children, we also assist them who have been sexually abused, the child protection cases, and also the experience of working with children with disabilities and knowing different types of disabilities and also the relevant stakeholders being the link to those relevant stakeholders when we are making appropriate referrals, and also as understanding each other's roles and responsibilities. It also we gain in knowledge and also in information, the policies, the processes, and the procedures of the other departments that we are, because we cannot work alone as child and youth care workers. When we work with communities, we need the other stakeholders so that we assist the young people or the children holistically. And also working flexible hours, especially when we are working with child-headed households. It's been like sometimes challenging. However, if you are not there, you need to have a relationship with the neighbor so that when you are not there, they are there also to assist the children. And also working in a community setting as a child and youth care worker now, you also need to have a professional judgment whereby you need to make decisions now. Like you cannot say, I need to call my supervisor or my superior because now you are facing this challenge and you need to have a solution immediately. So we are exposed to that. And also working in urban areas, semi-urban areas and rural areas, because now the dimensions are not the same. So now you need like to be sober-minded to say, how do I apply my skills now in this setting? Apply my skills in these settings because the settings are not the same. Even reaching the resources in like in rural areas, it's a struggle. But if you are having the cases which need attention agency or immediately, you have to be flexible and know your stakeholders to say, who am I going to assist this young person or this family so that they are assisted immediately. There's no delay. And also with the challenges, as Mr. Ngonyama has alluded earlier, that with the as we're working in the NGOs and in the drop-in centers, when as we are supporting the child in youth care workers, it's a challenge when it's a dry season, and also the issue of stipends, and also the resources for the drop-in centers, and also the training for the child in youth care workers, and also for us who are working in community settings as child and youth care workers providing support, the issue of contracts not being employed permanently. However, the benefits of our work is being recognized by the communities, families, children, and youth because of the impact that we have done to those children and families, and also that it is evident because with the beneficiaries or the community members, they will refer other community members to those NGOs, and also that the other beneficiaries also refer the other families that we have been assisted. There go, you'll be assisted. And when referring our clients to stakeholders, being assisted because of the good relationship that we have built with them. So I think that's it for me. And I'm having a lot of successes. Because of time, I can share them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Can we give it to Boniso a round of applause? Thank you so much for sharing your experiences. Colleagues, let's join them in a round of applause. Which is, they are both doing so well, sharing their experiences in the work setting. And I think what is coming out between the two of them, which is beautiful, is the value of teamwork. She emphasized professional relationships with children. And I think that stood out for me, that as a child and youth care worker, you form professional relationships. You don't cross the line, because sometimes people do things which are not expected. And she also talked about solution-focused thinking, being able to think on your feet and deal with the situation as it arises. That is beautiful. Thank you so much, Sisboni. And with Linky's presentation also, she highlighted very important things like the importance of records management, the importance of teamwork, the unity that has to be there, whether you are a social worker, a teacher, occupational therapist, or whoever you are in the multidisciplinary. Stabile, are you with us? Ms. Buthelezi? Okay, it looks like she's not yet in, or maybe she's struggling to unmute herself. I'm going to move on with the program and allow two beneficiaries, former beneficiaries from our child and youth care workers. One is Ms. Angela Jonas, who is a beneficiary from a child and youth care center, followed by Ms. Unarine Ndlovu, who is also a beneficiary from a community-based child and youth care work center. And the last one, Ami Wanda, who also benefited from a school-based program. Can I just get the three of them are in the house? Ms. Jonas, Ms. Ndlovu, and Ms. Wanda. If you are in the house, please just unmute yourself so that I know that you are in.
I'm here.
Okay, is that Ms. Jonas?
Yes.
Okay, my dear, you can go ahead. Just show your video and then unmute yourself. Thank you.
Okay, just a second. Can everyone see me?
Beautiful. Go ahead.
Okay. So this is just a disclaimer that this is just so that everyone can see my face so that they can know who I am. But I'm actually going to do my speech with my camera off because I want to be on my feet. And I think it's going to be quite distracting if I'm going to speak on my feet. So this is me. This is my face.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so firstly, I would just like to thank everyone for giving me the platform to give my experience, and I hope that it will be a fruitful one. But I also hope that it will be a realistic one. So to formally introduce myself, my name is Angela Jonas. I am 23 years old, and I am a product of the social development system, as well as the care of child and youth care workers. So I entered the system when I was 9 years old, and anyone would tell you that that is a very hard process to adapt to. I mean, you can just imagine that the one moment you were at home with your friends and your family, and the next you're surrounded by strangers. So the more you sit with the situation, the more it comes to realization that this is your new reality. It does become quite a hard pill to swallow. So at that point, it's easy to feel lost. It's easy to feel abandoned. It's easy to feel unwanted. It's easy to feel like you are feeding into the continuous stereotypes and perspectives of a child within the system. At that point, you might feel like there's not much of a support system, or you might not feel like you have anything at all, really. But this is also a time period where my life changed for the better. So like any child, I did have my own personal issues. And I'm sure if my child and youth care workers are here, and even Sis Masindi to attest, at some point I was a rebel. I was a handful, because I was at a point where I felt like I succumbed to the stereotypes of society. I felt like I am nothing. I felt like anywhere. And it's just this dark hole where you first have to dip before you can come out and take your soul. And that is why I'm so passionate about this topic, because this is where my child and youth care workers really impacted me, right? So this was a time where they motivated me. They loved me in those areas where I didn't know how to love myself. They gave me a shoulder to cry on. They advised me. They stepped in as a parent. This is a person who leaves their own family for you every single day. This is a person who feeds you. This is a person who clothes you. This is a person who takes you on as their own and accepts the responsibility of your growth and your development. And so during this time, this is where I had my personal mind shift. So through the help of my child and youth care workers, as well as all of the other parties involved, this was a time where I decided that I'm going to change my circumstances. Society says, Dumdana away home, that's fine. Society says, I'm not going to make it. But this is the point where I became an energizer bunny on drugs, basically, because I was like, I'm coming for it, and I'm coming for all of it, despite of my circumstances. So this was a point where I went on to become first in my grade 10, grade 11, and grade 12, and I became a prefect twice. This is a time where I joined the NSCCW, and as you can see, 8 years later, I'm still here. And I became the deputy chair for the Port Elizabeth region at the time. And within my own child and youth care center, I was on the child management board, where I was representing the children within my child and youth care center. And then one of my highlights was that I went on to study law at the University of the Western Cape. And in 2022, it was officially conferred onto me that I'm now a LLB holder. So the point that I'm trying to come to is that had it not been for my child and youth care workers, had it not been for them to push me, to tell me that I'm worth more, to step into that space and say, no, this is where you are, this is where you want to be, and this is how we are going to assist you to get there, I would not have been where I am today. So mainly the challenges that I would say I have faced ever since then is I feel like there is a lack of access to resources and opportunities. I feel like they are there, but I feel like that we are not being recognized to step into those spaces where we can continue to showcase our talents and our potential. And I feel like that's why my future aspirations going forward is to be a force. All I want to do is to break grounds. All I want to do is to reform and to bring back to the system that fed me. So in conclusion, all I want to say is that I am a product of this house. I belong to this house, and I will continue belonging to this house. This is the house that grew me. This is the house that groomed me. And this is the house that will see me step into those spaces that I want to step into. So basically, all I want to come to with my message is to all the child and youth care workers out there. You are loved, you are valued, and you have impact. So when you walk into that child and youth care center today, when you walk into that school, when you walk into that community, I want you to carry your value on your shoulders. Because had it not been for people like you and the support and the unconditional we receive from you, we would not have products like me. And for that, I would forever be grateful. So short and sweet, thank you.
Wow. Can we give her another round of applause? She is absolutely amazing. And it is because of all of you beautiful child and youth care workers who touched her life and the lives of many other children who have been put in little boxes and have been castigated to not become a somebody. And I refuse to call her a product. She's a winner. And I think, wow, child and youth care workers, you're doing amazingly good. And I think to hear a young person who came into a system which might be traumatic for somebody at 7 years old, to hear her talking with so much verve, with so much, I don't know what to say, but I'm sure you can feel the love and you can feel everything that a child and youth care worker has put in her life. So thank you so much, Ms. Jonas. Thank you so much for sharing your experience. Thank you so much for affirming the work that child and youth care workers are doing to mold and to shape and to to hold a child together, you know, where there isn't a parent to do it. You have said two very phenomenal issues: making a choice. You refused to become a stereotype. And I think that is something that young people need to get hold of. Making a choice, refusing to become a statistic rather, and also creating your own goals and having a nurturing environment, child and youth care workers who held your hand and helped you to become a lawyer. I mean, that is amazing. This is an absolutely beautiful story during this Child and Youth Care Week, where we are really thanking and affirming all child and youth care workers for the amazing work that they're doing. This is just an example, you know, where we can see it in action. We're not reading about it. We can see a testimony. This is beautiful. A round of applause again to our child and youth care workers, and also to Ms. Jonas for that beautiful reflection that she's given us. Thank you so, so much. I want to now move on to Ms. Ndlovu. I hope she's in the house as well. Ms. Ndlovu has had the benefit of going through a community-based center. She's going to also share her experience. Ms. Ndlovu?
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Yes, wait a little bit. Am I on?
You are audible. We can't see you though. Are you able to unmute your video?
Okay, I'll try to unmute my video for a few minutes.
There,
okay.
We can see you, yes.
I'm going to switch off the video. I'm not comfortable though.
Okay, you're allowed to do that.
Okay. Good morning, everyone present in this meeting, all the distinguished guests, and all the protocol observed. I am Unarine Hindu Chandlovu. I am a student from University of Venda. I am from Musina, Limpopo province. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take you throughout my journey from NSCCW. I joined the forum in 2017 when I was in grade 11 through a friend. Being a teenager is not easy. You come up with certain challenges. The Youth Forum has offered me a space where, as young people, we sit down and engage and talk about issues that affect us. Issues like teenage pregnancy, mental health, poverty, lack of access to mentorship, and others. Through our physical interaction, we were able to sit down and come up with innovative solutions to these problems. During COVID-19, I was in matric, where in South Africa there were restrictions and lockdowns, and the economy has reduced, where businesses shut down. As a result, my mother lost her job, which means we were only supported through the child, and Youth Forum was being there for me. Through the Youth Forum, it has given me opportunity to give back to the community during COVID-19, where we're working with stakeholders such as Red Cross, where we were raising awareness about COVID-19, how people can protect themselves, providing food parcels, cooking food also to refugees, and also donating pads, and also working with vulnerable people. Through visual meetings, I was able to share my experience about COVID-19 and being able to interact with different people across South Africa. And I've managed to establish new friendship. During COVID-19, the Youth Forum has supported us by providing online tutorials to high school subjects, providing data, providing career guidance and university and bursary application, and also to encourage us to pass our matric and better the situation at home. Education is the most powerful weapon that can be used to change the world, by Nelson Mandela. All I can say is that within a youth forum, I have found a place called home. I can say I found the shoulder to cry on. I've learned to love myself, to set goals for myself, and to help others. All the child youth care worker, the coordinators, and everyone, I would like to say thank you. I can of the NACCW, and I am encouraging you all the child and youth care worker to continue with your job that you are doing within the community. Surely the good Lord will reward you. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. I can just look at you. I'm actually imagining, your smile, because you have such a beautiful smile, but you're saying you are shy, but I can just hear the energy that you have, and I can just see how you've developed from being that young person who entered the system, joining a youth forum so that you can learn certain things, play with friends and so forth. You have grown so much, and you must never doubt yourself. I think you are an amazing speaker. Thank you so much, NACCW. Thank you so much to the forum, coordinators and supervisors. Thank you so much. I want to just, pick up on a few things that she has mentioned, which is also very, significant. The issue of access, and access is coming again. It was there in the chairperson's presentation. She's mentioning lack of access to education and the value of education to impact a child's life. We've seen it also with Ms. Jonas, that resources, whether it's bursaries, whether it's helping a child to get admitted to a school, very important. I want to thank you, NACCW, thank you, all the supervisors, members of the forum, who have really held your shoulders broadly to help these children have a crying shoulder or a shoulder to cry on. Child and youth care workers are really giving hope and are rebuilding and restoring faith, and also making sure that young people do not give their lives away, because they've got somebody who really cares, somebody who is out there selflessly doing it 24/7 to make sure that that child who was walking and feeling helpless is now becoming, a beautiful rose that is shining. So thank you so much, Ms. Ndlovu, for sharing your experience. And thank you for also being there, giving back to your community. I am so encouraged to hear that despite the hardships that you went through when Mommy lost her job, you still continued to participate and not look sad and not get energized. And today you are still standing, giving back to your community. Thank you so much. At this stage, I want to acknowledge the chairperson, the president of the Solidarity Movement for Social Service Pioneers, Mr. Masindi, and the Secretary General from the same movement, Mr. Mpati, and also to acknowledge the colleagues from the Human Resource Development Unit at the Gauteng Department, Ms. Innocent and Ms. Madima, and any other colleagues that I might not have been able to pick up. You are most welcome. And please continue to put your names in the chat bar so that we can recognize you when we capture the minutes, but also just to acknowledge your presence today. I want to, at this stage, call in Ms. Wanda. I think she's the next one, Ms. Owami Wanda, who also benefited from a school-based program. Over to you, Wanda.
Greetings.
Go ahead, my dear. We can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Greetings to you, everybody, and
you are unmute. You are muted, Wanda. Your mic is closed. Thank you.
Okay. Greetings to you all and all protocol observed. My name is Owami. My surname is Wanda. I'm coming from Eastmont High School. Currently, I'm studying at DUT. I'm a first year. I'm doing management science marketing. I'm the learner who benefited through support of the program Isibindi ezikoleni. My child, my child and youth care worker was Nomvula Piri and Nana Magaba. The program has been so supported to me and also our learners in school. I have been attending different sessions such as Buchilo, sexual health, and reproduction education. We also had girls' talks. We were talking about issues that affect positively and negatively. I have learned many things in these programs. It has been a source of motivations and self-care. Through the program, I have learned to make a proper decision and also a sense of pride. Program has caused school environment to be safe and conducive. The child and youth care work has been so supportive. I had one-on-one session where I communicate about how I feel and she was motivating me. I also got the solar charger from the program to study and charge phones since load shedding has been the problem. I have learned many things. I thank this program. I here as I am, it's because of them. Thank you.
Wow. Another round of applause for Ms. Wanda. Thank you so much for sharing your experiences. You are an amazing young person who has conquered so much and never look back. I mean, having to even come up with those kind of solutions because of load shedding just shows the kind of person and the kind of environment you've been exposed to. So thank you so much, Wanda, for being with us. I want to really just pick up on what you're saying about the benefit of being in that space where you learned to make decisions for yourself with pride, and you've also learned personal development, which is amazing, and we can see it through how you're conducting yourself today. Thank you so much. And to the colleagues who are sharing the space with you, you are most welcome. And I'm hoping that all of you who are beneficiaries of a child and youth care service will always cherish this moment, and all the institutions that has been giving a permissive environment for children to grow. Thank you so much. The Department of Social Development, the education system, all of you have done their part, as the chairperson was saying this morning, that we all need to put in a hand and make sure that we contribute to the lives of the children. I just want to share a message that has come in from Ms. Margaret van Wyk, who is watching on YouTube. She is so, we need to hear this kind of stories to continue motivating the child and youth care workers. So we do have our motivational speakers. We can see them today, and I'm sure there's many, many others who are waiting to be unearthed. We need to just pick them up and expose them so that they can continue to touch somebody else's lives with their own life stories. So thank you so much to all our beautiful contributors today with their personal experiences, Ms. Ndlovu, Ms. Wanda, and also Ms. Jonas. Can we give them one round of applause again? Thank you so much. We are going to move on with the program. At this stage, I'm going to check whether Ms. SACSSP is ready to do her presentation, followed by colleagues from the Department of Public Service and Administration, Mr. Oscar Chivase. I'm not sure if Mr. Oscar is here. I haven't seen him, but I do know that there are colleagues from DPSA. Let me just check if I've captured their names. Mr. Khadebe and Mr. Robert Lidebele. I think we have those colleagues, so one of you can just indicate if you're going to be giving a presentation on behalf of the Department of Public Service and Administration. At this stage, I'm giving over to Sisneli Tekiso, the Acting Chief Director, Child Protection Department, the National Department of Social Development. Over to you, Sisneli. Oh, hang on. I actually made a mistake. I think at this stage, according to the program, we should have a few question and comment section. Can we look at whilst Sisneli is setting up, can we look at questions? If anybody has got questions or comments, very briefly, I will note hands and then allow people to put through their comments or questions. Ntate Ngonyama, I note your hand, followed by the President of Solidarity, Mr. Masindi, in that order, and Ms. Mekwe from Northwest. Please unmute yourself, Ntate Ngonyama.
Thank you very much, Registrar. Mine is not a question and not a comment. I just wanted to say that Sitabile Kutelezi has joined. It looked like she had some challenges with connectivity. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. Mr. Masindi? Mr. Masindi, unmute yourself, please. Okay, Ma'am Mekwe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And thank you very much for the opportunity given. My comment is basically on what was presented by Mr. Donald. I just want us to, firstly, as a country or as a collective, that we need to acknowledge that children with care work is important, but it's a growing profession which we need to really work on, especially with the current challenges that we are now experiencing. That's the first point that I want to raise, and also we need to come up with an action plan to deal with those particular matters. The other thing is that we need to also acknowledge that there's a challenge in terms of limited capacity, especially around supervision. I think it's something that we need to work on. I know we have a social work supervision. Am I audible enough? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you very well.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I know we have a social work supervision framework, and we need to also make sure that when we deal with supervision, we need to also take into consideration, yes, social workers, we need to take into consideration children with care workers, we also need, in fact, we need to take into consideration all social service professionals, because the most important part of supervision is to make sure that there's quality services that need to be provided. The third point that we need to also work on as a collective is to also improve on the, yes, we are talking about stipend. The concern is that the very same challenge care workers that we have that have been trained, most of them were trained in terms of auxiliary challenge with care work. I think we also need to come up with a program where we can just improve in terms of the profession itself, like the university that we have. We need to also look into those particular matters. So it's something that I want us to comment on. The last point is the adverts, especially where challenge care workers are recruited. I think DPSA can also assist us in that regard, because the experiences that we have, especially in, I won't mention the companies per se, but the experiences that we have where challenge care workers were recruited in a certain state or NPO run facilities, non-compliance in terms of recruiting those auxiliary challenge care workers, especially where they are supposed to provide services to children. There was lot of standards that were compromised. I think it's something that we really have to look into, those key points: supervision, capacity to deliver services in terms of training. How do we then advertise? Because we can also improve in terms of the registration. I think those are the things that we need to work on. And I think with the current engagement, we need to also have clear timelines in terms of our action plan. When are we expecting that these particular key points should have been finalized, should have been implemented? And these are the cadres that we really need as part of the social service professional. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Memekwe. Acting HOD, Ntate Kabasiye.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Registrar and all colleagues on the call. I thought I should make this point, particularly as we will be listening to National Social Development, DPSA, and other critical stakeholders in this call today. I think one of the mistakes that we have done over a period of time is that when we discuss this matter, we tend to discuss child and youth care workers, meaning employees, and not discuss the service, child and youth care. And I think that's where we really lose a lot, because when you start talking about child and youth care workers, the discussions then easily goes into issues of collective bargaining, OSD. Is it affordable to implement this? We have to cut cost on compensation of employees. When you talk about community-based child and youth care, stipend is not affordable. Can we meet the requirements for minimum wage and many others? So we get lost into that debate. What constitute the benefits of child and youth care workers instead of discussing the service, child and youth care? Because if we discuss the service and what we require out of the service.
Somebody is misbehaving. I'm trying to see who is that person.
Yes, Calvin
Modika. Can you please mute yourself?
So Chairperson, I was saying that we then have to be very careful that we don't get lost in debating benefits, but we talk about what kind of child and youth care as a service do. With auxiliary nurses, but you expect the health outcomes in that specific hospital to reflect the intervention of professional nurses. Same in the Department of Social Development. You can't run a Department of Social Development with social auxiliary workers, but we expect the outcome of our interventions to reflect the work of professional social workers. And these are the things that we must obsess ourselves with, not to talk about whether this one will be paid this much or that one and whether it's affordable or not. It is about what kind of child and youth care service do we want to see in our country today. And the last point that I thought I should make, Chairperson, it has been proven that institutionalization of children can be very bad to the same children that we seek to protect as a department, as a country. Research has proven that institutionalization can lead to poorer physical and psychosocial development outcomes for children, including things like your insecure attachment, alterations in cognitive, emotional, sexual, and social domains, etc. Now, but we also know that we are not at the space where we can deinstitutionalize 100% because of the nature of the problems we have in our country. Now, for us to be able to counter the impact of institutionalization on children, we then have to invest in making sure that we improve the provision of services within our institutions to arrive at the best possible welfare outcomes for the children. And you cannot do that if you are not willing to invest in the qualification and the skills of those that are supposed to assist us to do this function. So for a moment, in concluding, we need to forget about a child and youth care worker and talk about the child and say, what kind of treatment do we want to give to our children? What kind of service do we want to provide? What standard of service do we want to provide to our children? On OSD, on things that are sort of benefits to child and youth care worker, but to say, what is it to provide a service of a good standard in child and youth care work? And based on our understanding of that, it will be easier for all of us to agree what form of resources do we want to put across. In this instance, and all those will follow once we have agreed that this is what the direction we need to take as a country. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Ntate Kabasia. You have summed it up so well. And also, Memekwe, I have seen another hand. I can't see the hand now, but I think what you have said is so profound.
But I got fucked up. Okay, this week
realignment of what is our business. If we're talking child and youth care work, let's position the profession before we can start to look at who is best fit to be there. We have a cadre of people already here. What is it that we need to empower them to be? Let's invest in the education to make sure that they are properly proper fit for what we want them to do. What kind of service do we need out there for our children? What standards must we adhere to? All of the issues that you're touching on are very, very strategic. You know, it's talking to alignment, total alignment of what should be the issue that we are focusing on, as opposed to reacting to the problems. You know, some of them very minute. Yes, it's affecting people's lives, not getting a stipend and all of that. But we should focus our energies on the high level issues, which will ensure that the recognition that everybody's saying is missing will be there and is permanent. The career pathing across all government departments will become visible if we remain strategic in everything that we're doing. Thank you so much, Ntate Kabasia, for that input, and I'm sure all the presenters can hear. And also what Memekwe has said around, you know, the issue of capacity, the issue of advertisements and the timelines to make sure that all these issues which we are picking up, supervision, the lack thereof, and the fact that certain things happen in a rush, you know, to a point where there was no proper screening, possibly at one point, but now it's an opportunity to align. There has to be alignment to education so that the quality that Ntate Kabasia is talking to, the qualifications that are necessary to make sure that the profession becomes a real profession that is recognized as such, is becoming a reality. So thank you so much, colleagues, for those inputs. I see Masindi is back in. I want to allow Mr. Masindi to be the last input so that we can go back to Ms. Buthelezi for 5 minutes, and then we can go on with the program. We will have another round of comments. Then people can pose their comments, and I also noticed there are comments going on in the YouTube chat box. Reflection into the services that are offered within the child and youth care field, a comment from Ms. Nonhlanhla. Over to you, Masindi, briefly.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's Mr. Mpati here. I'm with Mr. Masindi, so I'll be the one who's be asking questions.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, all protocol. Thank you, and greetings, colleagues. My first question is in line with more especially to the national DSD.
Hang on. There's somebody
You
also
told
speaking.
me.
Just hold on. I need to see. Sorry.
Yes, Chairperson.
Please go ahead, Mr. Mpati.
Thank you.
What's happening?
Unmute yourself, please.
How much
Okay, thank you so much for that. The question goes to the national DSD. We've got funded posts that are not filled, whereby DSD does not make a point that they fill those posts. The other question is in relation to salaries. According to Basic Conditions Employment Act, the minimum wage is 25 Rand 42. But we find that in other NGOs, we've got care workers who are earning as below as 1,980. Others, they are earning 2,100. So what is the department saying to that, whereby we've got care workers who are earning as low as 1,980? The other issues towards the staff debriefing sessions. We've got our care workers in the field who are not able to cope mentally and emotionally. So in relation to staff debriefing, what is the department saying? The other question is in relation to job description. We find mostly in NGOs whereby the care workers have to go to an extent of doing minimal work to a point whereby they'll be doing gardening. Others will be sent to the shops to buy cold drinks for the managers. So can we also clarify the issue of the job descriptions of CYCWs in NGO settings? The other one, the banning issue. There was a case in Northwest whereby the center manager mismanaged the funds, and the project or the organization had to close.
Mr. Mpati,
due to
Mr. Mpati,
yes.
May
Yes,
I pause you there? May I pause you there?
Thank you.
If you don't mind. Yes, I think some of the issues requires you to engage, for example, the Northwest office and so forth. Let's limit the questions to the presentations of today, and also, just stay focused so that we don't go all over. But I want to pause. I said that you'll be the last person. I want to allow the young lady who wanted to share experience to also have her time now, just doing that quick insert. Then we can open up the question and answer after the other presentations, if you would please allow me.
Yeah,
I've
but
noted
I'm
some
not
of the
done.
questions.
I will come for the second one.
I want to avoid a situation where it sounds like you're having a long memo of questions, some of which might maybe require an audience with the professional board for child and youth care work, right? So you can hold on to the questions. I don't want to stop you, but I'm saying make it short, because if we're going to allow you to have 20 minutes presenting, it defeats the purpose. I have a young person who's waiting now to do her presentation. So if you still have a long list of questions, you can actually type them in the chat bar. I think it will be easier. You can just type them, then we will reflect them back to everybody. If you will please allow me to.
I'll do that.
Thank you so much. Ms. Meti or Mr. Meti, quickly. Meti, can you please go ahead quickly?
Yes, am I audible?
Mr. Meti, yes, sorry for that, yes.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Yes, it's just a question to the Gauteng DSD. I just need about the position of closing the NPOs because of, if we're to speak about the child and youth care services that are run by NPOs, if they are closing those NPOs as they
a happy worker will be able to give proper service. But we should not also trample on their toes and say, on this platform, we are only going to be mindful in terms of understanding what is expected of child and healthcare workers without necessarily looking at their own sustainability. It didn't actually sound very well for me, and it left a bitter taste, because our role as unions is to make sure that whilst we are expecting service from the child and youth care workers, their rights in terms of sustainability and living condition should also be equally appreciated and stepped up. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rikoso. Just to summarize the inputs that came after Mr. Gabasia and Mayor Mekwe, the issue of funding posts not filled, the salaries, wage, the staff debriefing. There are a lot of colleagues who are suffering mental health issues because of the kind of work that they're exposed to, what is happening with that regards, and the issue of job descriptions within the NPO sector. It seems like people are being given odd jobs which are not necessarily in line with what they are trained to do. And also Mr. Meti is raising the issue of the closing of NPOs in Gauteng. What is the position of the department, national or Gauteng or both? But I think those issues for now are very critical to reflect on, and the respective people will give input at the right time. Ms. Rikoso has also raised the issue of balance, that you can't talk about the profession without the professional. So it's important that we don't downplay the hardships that child and care workers might be exposed to, and reflecting on what Ntate Kabasia has highlighted. So it's a question of how do we position each strategic issues, reactive issues, and all of that. But we will have a chance to further engage on this issue. I want at this point to allow Ms. Buthelezi to give her 5 minutes input, if we would just allow her to do so. Over to you, my dear.
Good morning, everybody. Apologies for only being available now. I had a problem with technologies, and it is with great pleasure to be part of this platform. And I hope that I can share more knowledge or my experiences as a child and youth care worker working in a school setting. So we always pride ourselves as child and youth care workers that we work in the life space of young people. Therefore, being in the school setting has put child and youth care workers to be respond to all the things that young people or social ills that young people face. So Isibindi Ezikolweni is a program that places child and youth care workers in schools through the use of their duties or our duties such as gate duty, corridor supervision, break duty. We are able to identify the needs and risks and children that are abused, neglected, and are able to give proper referrals. So Isibindi Esikolweni has become a bridge to services that young people need and are in need of with their families. So a process that could have taken a year to be fulfilled can now take a week, 2, 3, because of the child and youth care workers that are in schools. Child and youth care workers are able to identify immediately when children are being abused, when they see them in school, when they make observation in their life space, and they're able to act accordingly through the help of their mentors and stakeholders that are there in the community. And also, Esikolweni is there to provide a safe space for young people where, in the sense where they lack love and attention from their homes, they are able to get it from the child and youth care worker that is there in the schools. Our main aims are to try and reduce or prevent abuse, any kind of abuse in the schools. Secondly, to reduce the number of learners that are pregnant in the schools by doing awarenesses, campaigns, and also involving other stakeholders. Also, to limit the numbers of bullying, dropouts in schools. So we do look at attendance registers, we monitor them to ensure that children are in schools and they are doing what they're supposed to do. Also to advocate for children's rights in schools where they are not being done properly. For example, when children are not given the opportunity to write exams due to them being pregnant or any other cases. So child and youth care workers are able to intervene. The goals of Isibindi Ezikolweni is to improve learner well-being with respect to their safety, education, health, and psychosocial needs. We want to create safe and caring school communities, address the support needs of children vulnerable to school dropouts and poor scholastic achievement. So we also help learners to improve and get their marks properly, just like we have heard from the three ladies that have been talking before me, that they have been aided by NACCW and Isibindi Ezikolweni to achieve their dreams and their goals educationally. Also, we want to minimize the impact of psychosocial risks in school, and we want young people to be in school, to stay in school, and to complete their schooling careers. We want to prevent all forms of abuse towards young people by educating them on all forms of abuse and making them aware of the services that are there to help them in such cases. We also want to assist young people facing poverty through helping them apply for things such as social grant, foster care grant, and all that can aid them in getting proper meals and everything that they need, uniform, school, and are able to concentrate in schools. We also want to give young people attention, support, love, and belonging in the school setting. And lastly, we want to advocate for the rights of children in school. I thank you so much for the opportunity that you have given me.
Thank you so much, Ms. Buthelezi, for a wonderful presentation. I know it sounded rushed, but you've actually put across so much value in terms of what social ills you are addressing in the school setting, making sure that you're giving hope to those little ones in the schools. And it's amazing to just hear you talking about the kinds of things that you do, the reduction of teenage pregnancy, the bullying, which is becoming a pandemic. You know, every day you hear sadly that somebody has committed suicide because of being bullied in school. So we really appreciate the work that you continue to do in school. And we hope that there will be more opportunities across the country, not just in Gauteng or just select provinces, but it should be a reality for all schools to have a social service professional. So whether it's a social worker together with the child and youth care worker and a community development practitioner, there has to be that kind of, holistic approach that has been made a reality in our school settings. Thank you so much, Ms. Buthelezi, for the wonderful input. I want to acknowledge the presence of colleagues from the Health and Welfare Sector, Ms. Bulelwa Plaki, Ms. Amanda Vokwana from the National Department, HRD, and Ms. Faith Mklanga from DSD Gauteng, Mekha Leboyi Rapo from the National Department Welfare Branch. Thank you so much for joining us. And if there are any other colleagues, please continue to write your names in the chat box so that we can pick it up as you enter into the system. At this stage, I would allow Ms. been ready for quite a while now to do her presentation, and colleagues from the National Department can also add or support, with her presentation. Over to you, Sis Nelly.
Thank you, Sis Langi. Greetings to you as our registrar, the president of the South African Council for Social Service Professions. Greetings as well to the vice chairperson of the Professional Board of Social Work, and Mr. Ngonyama, chairperson of the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care Workers. My colleagues from provinces, especially my acting HOD in Gauteng, Mr. Kavasia, my colleagues from Northwest, my colleagues from National DSD, and greetings as well to the delegates in this summit. A special greeting to the beneficiaries of the program who just know the experiences of how it is to receive the services from child and youth care workers. Ms. Langi, I'm really honored to represent the department in this summit. I'm glad as well to hear that my colleague Khale is also in the meeting with big plans, which I think I'll also give her some moments to come in and share those beautiful plans that are in place in relation to how we want to really advance the professional development of child and youth care workers. Greetings, child and youth care workers, on this special week, which we really celebrate your work and acknowledge the great strides that you are making in our communities. As the Department of Social Development, we really embrace, the cadre of social service practitioners, because we believe that if we want to build a strong child protection system where no child falls within the cracks, we need to embrace each and every profession. And how we do that, we have to ensure that in terms of the areas that Masiho Mehwe has also highlighted, the issues of training, building the capacity, the continued professional development, they are very key, because we are dealing with children whom we are serving, but at the same time ensuring that their best interest are upheld. And we cannot do that if the capacity of our social service practitioners is not built. And thank you so much as well, Ms. Butelezi, for sharing the significance of what we are coining the implementation of the integrated school health program, where health education as well as development, utilizing their social service practitioners and other role players in the child protection system to uplift the work and the lives, of our children. It is very, very key. My presentation is basically to touch on issues that were raised in the previous summit. And in that regard, I will be giving that update. And I think one of the very critical point that was raised, it was the issue of the focal point for child and youth care work from the National Department of Social Development. And I need to indicate that we have made progress in that regard, because today I'm happy to announce that Ms. Yvonne Makubedu, she is our focal point person for child and youth care work, and her responsibilities includes the monitoring, overseeing, and also participating in all the activities as well as decision-making processes when it comes to child and youth care work. There's a lot of work that comes with this, which really requires that, as the key stakeholders, we really work together. And from National DSD, she'll be looking at this portfolio and also coordinating, the work that is being done. Colleagues, the other area that I needed to share with, it is about the qualification analysis. I think we have spoken lengthily during comments, even with the inputs that we have received from colleagues, especially Mr. Kabasia, that if we are talking about delivering quality services to children, we cannot leave out qualification if we speak quality services. And qualification also goes with skills development, capacity buildings that needs to take place. And of course, as National DSD, we are making that investment. I will share with you some of the developments. But let me start with the qualification analysis that we have conducted across provinces, because we needed to understand the qualification for child and youth care work cadre. And as we're embarking on this process, we developed a template which would guide the submission of the qualification data that we needed. And you will see as I present the slides that would follow, the breakdown depicts a picture that is basically received from 7 provinces, submitted, fully in terms of the data that, and then one province, Ms. Merho's province, submitted incomplete data from 5 districts, as only 3 districts submitted the required data. And one province in that is Western Cape, the qualification type was not clear, and that made it difficult to analyze the data in terms of what is it that is in place. When I say the data, I'm relating to senior certificate, because it would say department Bantu, junior certificate, native, AA, FF, etc. So these really made it difficult to allow us to do the analysis that we wanted to do. In Free State, you will notice that in child and youth care certificate, it's the one that has got the figure of 54 out of the total of 130, because some qualifications presented there, they were not really matching to what was required. And if you go to the Eastern Cape, out of the 74 child and youth care workers that are in the employ, the ones that had the grade 12, there were 31. Of course, other varied professions are there. As you can see, there is social work, there is certificate in social work, child and youth care certificate. And when it comes to Mpumalanga, 102 child and youth care workers. And then you can see the ones with the certificate in child and youth care work, it's 31. The one with the national diploma in child and youth care work, it's 19. So really, as you look at this picture, it really indicates to us that a lot needs to be done. And when it comes to Northern Cape, out of 182 child and youth care workers, those with the child and youth care level 4 certificate, about 75. And I'm talking now, that is the highest out of, that whole picture. But what is also concerning, the 33 that has no qualification at all when you look at that picture in Northern Cape. And in Limpopo, we've got 200 child and youth care workers. And out of that, the ones that have got matric is 125. And then you can see that really there are those that are trying, the certificate in child and youth care work, which is 29. But when you look at, those with diplomas, it's 14. But mostly you can see is varying professions from other fields. And then in terms of KwaZulu-Natal, I think we skipped Gauteng. In terms of Gauteng, we've got 620 child and youth care workers. And then we can see that really the province is making strides in advancing, the profession of child and youth care workers, because 216, they've got the certificate in child and youth care work. But concerning 171 with a grade 12, and then 62 with a National Diploma in Child and Youth Development. And then when it comes to KwaZulu-Natal, you see that we have 4 child and youth care workers, and then with those having a child care qualification, 58, and also those having a certificate in child and youth care work, 75. But you see that there's slow progression for others because they also have, qualifications from other fields. When you look at this audit that National has undertaken, as we indicated that the basis for the provision of the quality of services is really qualification. So by the look of things, these basket of services that we have seen, across provinces, they actually outside the scope of child and youth care work occupational category. And that on its own, colleagues, is compliance when it comes to social service professions regulation, as well as the scope of practice, which would really determine on how we ensure the provision of quality services to our children. Certain child and youth care work qualification audited are also colleagues not in line with the child and youth care work qualification. As you can see that out of the 465, either they've got grade 12, matric, grade 10, grade 11, grade 9, some ABET, and some do not have a qualification at all. This should really be a cause for concern. Also tapping into what Ms. Mekwe spoke about, that it's important that an action plan needs to be in place with clear timelines so that we can really see how do we ensure that this important cadre of social service practitioners who are in the life space of a child continue to contribute in the provision of quality services to the children, upholding the best interest of the child, understanding all the ethical conducts that needs to be adhered to, which is some of the things that when we conduct our investigations, it turns out that there tends to be some gaps when it comes to adherence to ethical conduct. What is next now for the social development in terms of advancing, the development of child and youth care workers? I must indicate that our HR has actually engaged the HWCTA to support the rollout of the child and youth care learnership on NQ level 4 and level 5. And we are really working closely with provinces to start this process of identification so that, those child and youth care workers should form part of this learnership process. And we are hoping, because it's a lot of money that is being invested into this project, and it will run for the period of 18 months, meaning from 2023, this financial year, and going forward. And I think this is something that we should applaud, as we're saying that we see, child and youth care work being professionalized, so that when it comes to the provisions that we have in our different pieces of legislation, including, the Children's Amendment Act, where we speak the establishment of child care and protection units, where we embrace all the cadres in terms of the social service practitioners, we should be ensuring that, we've got qualified, trained, skilled, and competent child and youth care workers. In that regard, colleagues, let me take this opportunity once again to appreciate the time that we've been given as the department to share this update, and then also check with my colleagues if there's any input that they would like to make. Ms. Khalibuwe, if you can come in. Through you, Dr. Malamba.
Go ahead, Sis Nelly. Boy. I've noted while Sis Boy is preparing to make her input, I've noted the request for a body break, which I'm sure 10 minutes break, perhaps. Grab tea, come back, and then we continue, because I would have said people go, but the request is that we break so that we don't lose the deliberation. So is it okay with everyone that we break now? It's almost 11:40. Then we come back in 10 minutes. Yeah. Okay.
In order, Chair, thanks.
Thank you so much. Let's take a break, and then when we come back, if you've got input, or Mayor Vokwana from the National Department, if colleagues can just do their inputs quickly under the banner DSD, and then we move on to the next presentation. We'll take questions afterwards. Thank you so much. Body break from now until 11:50. I'm checking if everybody's back now. It's 11:50. Is everybody back so that we can continue with the program? Thank you so much. When we ended, Mayor Nelly had checked whether there's any additions from her colleagues from the National Department, and I don't see any indication at this stage. Otherwise, if there's comments or questions, anybody from the National Department is welcome to also give their input. Okay, we're going to check now whether DPSA's representatives are here. I've noted earlier on that there were colleagues, but I did not see the person, Mr. Chivase, in the house today. Whether Mr. Litebele and Mr. Let me see. There were two colleagues that I picked up from the DPSA. Mr. Khadebe, is any one of you able to give a presentation, or should we proceed?
Chairperson, good day. I am ready to provide a brief
Thank you so
presentation.
much. Thank you so much. Is it Mr. Khadebe or Mr. Litebele?
Correct, it's Mr. Khatebe.
Thank you, sir. You can unmute yourself, your video, and then do your presentation.
Thanks, Chairperson. Maybe let me apologize upfront that, or maybe to put a video links to see who is speaking. Because of the network issues, may I humbly request that I put the video on pause so that I know that my network should, so that it can be sustainable throughout the presentation.
Thank you. That's in order.
Thank you very much. Greetings, Chairperson. All registered and recognized bodies, beneficiaries of this, all protocol observed, and good morning to all the colleagues. We appreciate this opportunity because it also gives us as the department an exposure on the work that is currently done in the sector. Yes, we also like to confirm that there is a direct link between some elements that touches across or functions as the DPSA. This is not limited to the professionalizations of the sector, but also the alignment of the advertisement with the requirements of the OSD and the restrictions of members as well with the relevant or appropriate bodies. Colleagues, I am here to provide a brief update on the work the department is busy with. This relates to the review of the OSDs in the sector. Let me quickly share the presentations on this. Colleagues, I will provide a brief presentations on the personal expenditure review, more focus on the occupational specific dispensations. I will skip this overview, and the colleagues will be aware that there were 6 concerns that were raised over the number of years. This relates to the size of the public service wage bill, including the affordability. So the Department of Public Service and Administration conducts a periodic personal expenditure review, which aims to assess if the current remuneration strategy or policy meets its objectives. So this exercise is the fourth one that the department is embarking on. The previous exercise started in 1999, followed by the study in 2002, and the last one was in 2016. So the department advertised the DPSA on the DPSA website as well as government e-tender portal. So the department appointed PricewaterhouseCoopers as the successful bidder. And in terms of the scope of the personal expenditure review, one of the elements that was prioritized was the review of the occupational specific dispensations. Colleagues would know that since the implementations of the OSDs back in 2007, there were not any reviews that were conducted. So that element of work was prioritized so that PwC would assist us so that we to report on the challenges, the implementation challenges that the colleagues would know, including the findings that as the expertise in the field would provide to us as government, including the recommendations for improvements or any alternative arrangements. In terms of the scope of this work, there were gathering of data that was acquired through the PESAL, the GTEC report that were used, and also the sectoral departments. I also need to indicate that engagements were done with the relevant sectoral departments such as National Departments of Social Development, Basic Education, Correctional Services, National Department of Health, as well as Justice and justice and constitutional development, including correctional services. So I will not dwell much on the challenges that were identified, but some of the challenges the colleagues will know that is inconsistently. It is the affordability and the sustainability. This is due to the backdrop of the global and local economic pressures. And also, the colleagues will be aware that there was the grandfather clause that allowed employees to register for qualifications without to register, but without completing the relevant qualifications. And also that the OSD was not correctly benchmarked to ascertain the competitiveness of the total cost to the employer. And also the colleagues will be aware that there were also huge inequalities in salaries of various levels from below MMS to MMS, and also inconsistent application of job evaluations linked to the updated and revised job descriptions. This is some of the findings that were submitted during the engagements that are specific to the social services professions, that the qualifications for community development professionals is not specific, given that any individual with a 3-year qualification could be appointed. Number of years of the appointment of supervisors and managers remain excessive, which is rank around 7 to 10 years of experience. The 3% pay progression, which is done every 2 years, and also the 5 to 10 years actual service required before an employee progress to the next grade. And also the implementation challenges that were experienced back in 2007-2008 relating to the translations of employees, and also the advertisement of similar jobs within different remuneration between sectoral departments. Just for example, that you find one position is advertised at this X level in one department, but similar position in another department, you find that it is advertised in a different remuneration band. So then it makes this to be inconsistent. So this is some of the recommendations that were submitted by PwC, that we need to do the review of the qualifications requirements, and also the appointment requirements for supervisors should be in line with the social worker supervision framework. Reductions of number of years of experience on the managers' positions. The 3% pay progression be aligned to 1.5 pay progression per annum, so that we move away from biennial pay progression. Then the registrations with the relevant bodies for the community child and youth care workers, including the relevant requirements, and also the alignment of the advertisement with the requirement as stipulated in the OSDs. So, as it stands, members, that as I have already alluded, that Team PwC has submitted the report on the OSD, and the department has also engaged the National Department of Social Development just to check if these some of the recommendations, including the findings, are aligned to the sector. And now we are in that process where we reviewing all the inputs that were submitted by the sectoral departments. And after that, the relevant reports will be shared with all the sectoral ministers. This will also include the Minister of Social Development, Minister of Health, Justice and Correctional Services, including basic educations, in relation to the OSDs. This is in the nutshell, Chairperson. Maybe before I down, let me ask my colleague Robert Lidebel if maybe he has anything to add, if it's that it is in order, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, with Samson Hadebe from the DPSA. Is there anything you want to say, Mr. Lidebele?
Chair, I'm covered. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to thank the two speakers for the presentations, progress update in terms of what has been happening since the first summit, starting with Ms. Neliswa, the audit that has been done provincially to just highlight the extent of the problem, the issues of education and equal status and all of that. the issues around supervision and so forth, and also the OSD study that has been commissioned through PwC. I think it is revealing quite important issues which we are still grappling with, and we are monitoring through the board child and youth care work around things like the qualifications, people just coming into the child and youth care space, people applying, there's no segregation, you can compete with an auxiliary level person for a supervisor's post and all of those things. So it is quite encouraging to hear that there has been a research that has been done and the findings will be shared soon with us. I'm going to just request that all the presenters, please, if possible, may we have the presentations through our board secretary, Ms. Moleboheng Muilwa, so that they can be shared with everybody. I want to really commend the department for making strides in terms of addressing the issues and also the recommendations that, for example, DPSA is coming up with. It's very important to our sector to make sure that there is proper alignment, and also the issues around the adverts and the screening and all of those issues. I would allow at this stage for reflections from the participants. I've noted that people continuously are starting to engage in debates. I'm not going to be able to catch up with all the discussions that are happening. Hence, I asked earlier, or rather at the beginning, that let's refrain from engaging in that way, because then I miss some of the issues which you are raising. And I would want that whatever is being captured in the chat bar now must be shared with everybody, so that even the presenters are able to get your questions. So at this point, I'm going to allow for a 10 minutes engagement on the two presentations from Mekekiso from the Department of Social Development and Mr. Khadebe from the DPSA. Secretariat, please assist me to see the hands if I miss anybody. I note Mrs. Grace Gracia Ricordo, PSA, Tate Harris from the Board, Child and Youth Care Work and Council, Mr. Ngonyama, Ms. Mungane, Mr. Nzama, in that order. Over to you, Mrs. Grace.
Thank you, Chair. Unlike your reflection, Chair, you will pardon me. We are actually not moved by the latter two speakers, considering the work and the ground that we were hoping to get feedback on in terms of the work that they have done. You will see even in the chat, it is not only coming out from ourselves as organized labor, but there are also concerns from the participants to say our expectation was that, in particular from social development and DPSA, there was a clear expectation in terms of a business case where we were hoping that they will give us the outcome of that business case and the work that they were going to do, because issues of bread and butter, Chair, are very critical, and for us to get a presentation that does not have time frames that we can use to obviously follow up and check if we are on course. This is the third summit, and from the very first summit, there was that call and request for a business case so that we can get to some understanding as to what is it that the department together with DPSA are going to do with regard to the challenges around the salaries of our members and employees in this particular sector. But both presentations that came to us are very silent insofar as what we have requested. So from the side of PSA and NEHAU, I suppose that would also be their feeling. We really feel that the presentation that has been given by the two colleagues are very silent on issues that we really wanted to get an update and feedback on them. And we want to impress upon them and request them to give us a commitment in terms of timeframes, which we'll be able to go back and report back to our members, because participating in this platform we're not doing it for ourselves. We are mandated and we are expected to go and give a report back with regard to what has actually happened. And I am actually bemoaning the fact that we are sitting in the third summit and there is honestly nothing very clear in terms of pertinent issues that affect our members. Thanks.
Thank you, Sis Grace. I think whilst you're raising these issues, which are very important, we need to also come up with a proposal as to what should be done, how should it be done, so that we know that out of this summit, we're able to hold the two departments accountable, or have more robust engagements with DPSA on the issues which you would want to see located in the presentation, as well as the department. Thank you, Sis Gracia, for your reflection.
No, Chair, let me come back. We raised those issues in the two summits. We gave them guidance in terms of what we expected to get from them. And this presentation that has come, it's actually worse than the last 2 years of the summit that we have participated in. It's unacceptable. We can't keep on rehashing things that we have told them. There are minutes that were circulated with all the different inputs that came from the various task teams, in particular the one that was dealing with the issue of the business case. So they are expert in that field. It cannot be fair that I am expected to tell them this is what we expect you to do. Those things we did in the first and the second summit. Otherwise, it becomes a talk show, having them coming in here, having different people that are representing the department. Perhaps that is the reason why they don't understand what is it that was expected of them, Chair. So I unfortunately cannot go back to what I have raised 2 years back and still raise that, because it becomes a frivolous process and participation, Chair. Thanks.
I appreciate that, Sis Gracia, and I think what needs to happen is a different type of engagement, because we see now Mr. Chibasa is not here. We're having Mr. Khadebe, but I guess they're representing the department. So whatever it is that needs to be done to impress upon the DPSA that, and the National Department, Social Development as well, that these issues have been discussed. We're not happy with 1, 2, and I've seen also just scrolling through the charts quickly that there is a seething problem with the announcement about a person who's supposed to be a champion for child and youth care work. So I will let the owners of the remarks also just put them across so that we can all have a joint bite at this issue. I want to also acknowledge the presence of Mr. Mpumi Sibia, from the General Secretary from PHSD-BSBC.
Even rehashing old information, the department has given the summit and the sector actually no hope today. The only thing that the department has said is that they're going to provide opportunities for learnerships for people at the auxiliary level. Now, I have raised this point through council, through the professional board. I have raised the point to the department, the art department. Please come out clearly to the sector and tell the sector that the department has got no intention of developing the sector on a professional level, which means from level 8 onwards. So they must come up clearly, because here in our audience today, we have a number of tertiary institutions who's willing to invest money to develop people at the tertiary level, level 8 and up. However, if there are no positions in the sector available for child and youth care workers to function at the professional level, then what is the use of investing money to develop a level 8 qualification for people to do? There was nothing in the presentation of the department to indicate their willingness to be able to say we are ready to develop that the sector on the professional level. Secondly, we have heard the department speaks about the demand and supply model. Now, in their implementation plan, that was part of what they're going to clarify to the sector, to say in terms of our country and the needs of our country, we require so many child and youth workers at these levels. Nothing like that was in the presentation. So for me, Madam Program Director, the presentation really was not the presentation I expected on a strategic level from the colleagues at the National Department of Social Development. Lastly, we have appointed, the department has appointed a social worker to lead the sector. And the board, previous professional board, asked specifically that employing a qualified child and youth worker with child and youth qualifications at the national office to lead the sector. And that was totally disregarded. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Let's go to Ntate Ngonyama.
Thank you very much, Program Director and Registrar. I don't want to repeat what was said by Ms. Rikoso and Mr. Harris. I was going to be talking to that, but I think looking at this as a matter that is very concerning, I would like that the professional board and the national department have an immediate meeting to look at what has happened between the summit that was held in May 2022 and now. Because as stated by Ms. Rikoto, it looks like there has been some retraction in the development that were taking place at the time. Of course, talking to the issue of the person delegated to lead the development of the child and youth care profession on a national level as well. So I think we shouldn't waste any time. We need to have that meeting as soon as latest be next week. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mungane.
Thank you, the registrar. You are speaking to Mungane Nyana Mungane from Free State. I'm a child and youth care worker. In actual fact, what I want to address now, it's I'm not going to touch what Mr. Harris and the PSC have already said in terms of development of child and youth care. But now I'm having a challenge, and my question will be going straight to Melanie. This because the challenges that we are facing is that, as she said, there is this availability of funds for child and youth to be trained. But when you check with us, even the office of the HOD, it has been being made aware of the challenges that we are facing, especially in terms of the training, because child and youth care workers, one institution that I cannot mention, if I'm allowed, I will need to mention, where they were not allowed to go on training because of the so-called lack of performance. So my understanding, now the challenge that we're facing is that how then are we going to develop child and youth care? And if you can check the chart that has been put on the screen, Free State is one of the provinces that is slightly behind. Now, here is the money available for child and youth care workers to be trained, and they are prohibited from doing that. How then are they expected, to perform better from tomorrow? So I believe making so.
All protocol observed.
I just want to acknowledge the two presentation and also highlight the fact that it's very discouraging to see or observe the presentation that is not moving the sector forward. Because on the presentation that was done by National DSD, it's very scanty and it does not give us or this sector the picture that we want to see it as a sector or the direction that the sector needs to take moving forward with regard to the previous recommendation that have been made in the two previous summits. I think Gauteng DSD, the province, they've recently conducted their audits, and the numbers that were presented by National in terms of challenged care workers within the province in Gauteng is not corresponding with the numbers that DSD as a province employs as challenged care workers, because we were told that Gauteng is 620 challenged care workers, whereas at DSD we have 640 challenged care workers. So I'm not going to go deeper into details and also unpack other anomalies that does not correspond with what has been presented before us. Secondly, I think the office also owes the sector the explanation with regard to the champion at the national office, because the champion that has been identified in national office is the one that is supposed to move this sector forward. But if we have less information about this champion, how are we going to assist the national office in terms of augmenting some of the challenges that the sector face on an ongoing basis with regard to those issues being dealt with at length and also addressed accordingly? Because we are told about this person, but the credentials are not being unpacked to us. And there's also no clear explanation in terms of how is this champions going to work moving forward, because we are talking 9 provinces here. How is this person from national office going to be the link in all the provinces, and what is the plan moving forward? We are not being told that. And I also support the motion of the agent meeting, where maybe the professional board together with the council and National DSD sits to map up maybe the way forward with regard to these real issues that affect the sector moving forward. Because as much as we are hoping for National DSD to action some of the processes with this sector, or that will take sector forward, if they are not doing this or they are not playing the ball, this sector is not moving anywhere, because we are talking the issues of regulations. If the National DSD is not upholding the regulation and ensuring that the implementation of this regulation are being done nationwide in all the provinces, then we are also not moving forward. I think maybe not to also waste any time of the colleagues, maybe together through you, Madam Chair, we should maybe conclude before closure of this meeting in terms of what is the way forward and how is National DSD is going to engage the professional board for challenged care workers and the council and also discuss these issues. But the presentation, it is very discouraging because there are a lot of care workers that are affiliating on an annual basis, and they are also hoping that maybe this sector will move forward. And currently we are facing the situation where challenged care workers are leaving the sector because of this discouraging information or movement that do not take challenged care workers forward. But by the looks of things, it's like we are going 3 steps backward instead of moving forward.
Is it Bumi? That is Bia? Go ahead, Mr. Sibia.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yes, no, I'm saying I don't have my hand up.
Oh, sorry, it's Mpumelelo Kanyile. Sorry, my dear.
Okay.
So it's Kanyile, sorry. Go ahead, Mpumelelo.
Okay, greetings, Chair, and to the colleagues.
Mine is just a comment, and I think the previous speakers have also touched on it. I think we also need to look at HR compliance in terms of when we advertise posts for child and care workers. Because currently what is happening is that we are grouping people in one basket. And I think for me, that is a problem because we need to have a differentiation in terms of the way we operate, if I can put it that way. So, and it will also assist us in terms of attracting professionals to come into the sector, not only to increase numbers, but to also sort of upgrade our services. And then again, it will also assist us with fully implementing the regulation, because if you check the regulation, it says we need to operate at a professional and an auxiliary level. And currently we've got a large number of auxiliaries. And should these auxiliaries also decide to go and sort of upgrade and capacitate themselves, are we then saying they should come back again and operate at the same level that they left when they went to go and start? Thank you.
Thank you, Baba Kanyile. Mr. Masindi or Mpati, I'm not sure which one of you wants to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's Mr. Mpati here.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Yes, we are so much discouraged by the presentation. However, on the issue of the development of CYC, in particular the training, we'd like to get the response or since there was training for child and youth care workers that was discontinued, can we get feedback or how far is that process? Because we've got a situation whereby child and youth care workers do start training, but they do not finish the training. If they finish the training, then there's the issue of them getting their certificates in time. So can we get the response on that? The other issue is the issue of salary disparity between the social auxiliary workers and the care workers who happen to be on the same level 4. So can we get the response on national DSD? If how come can the people on the same level then get different salaries? Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Mpati, can you just clarify on the education? You're saying it was discontinued. Was it offered by or facilitated by DSD? The training which you
No,
saying?
the training was given to different training providers.
Commissioned by DSD?
Yeah, the one that was commissioned by DSD, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for the clarity. Mayor Fatima Diwan from DUT.
Good morning, Madam Registrar.
Yes.
And good morning, delegates. No, I'm just an observation from my part as part of the Durban University of Technology in terms of the statistics that were presented. And, you know, I had a quick look at it, but it seemed like there were lots of figures missing related to the diplomas and the BTECs because, you know, at DUT, we've been offering national diplomas in child and youth care since the 1990s. They've been having all those graduates out there. Why are they not reflected? Thank you so much.
Thank you. You would be the last person. Let me get consensus whether we open for the other reviews first or the other reflections so that we then have an open discussion and then, you know, because I'm just worried that some of my presenters might be needing to leave. Madison had to leave. She will be represented, I hear, by Ndate Ngonyama, the chairperson for the board CYC. Unless if she's back, she can indicate. But can I allow the presenters or the people that have been lined up as a panel to respond to the earlier presentations to go first? And then we take more hands and collectively the responsible people will respond to the questions and the comments that have been tabled. Dr. Tambadu? Dr. Tambadu?
My apologies. Greetings, just to hear some response from the department before we move on with other presentations. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Tambadu. Let me just request my panelists to bear with us. Can we allow that the National Department, DSD, and DPSA also respond to the questions that have been tabled? Colleagues, DSD?
Thank you, Sis Langi. I think all the questions that have been raised, they are around the business case that is not coming through. But I need to indicate that from National DSD, it was never an intention to disrespect the summit or, disregard what was requested before. But there are layers that we have taken as we look at this business case matter. But I think what Mr. Ngonyama has indicated that it's very important that we meet urgently as the three, DPSA, DSD, together with the council to really look at these matters so that we can unpack what has been done since the summit and also outline, the way forward, looking at those timelines that were set. But I need to really reiterate that for us to present these qualifications was basically to show the first level, indicating that this is where we are and we need to build on these so that as we move forward with, the business case, we know exactly where we are in terms of the qualifications. Fatima, your question around the statistics, I need to indicate to you, as I indicated as well in the chat box, that the information that we presented, we received from the provinces, as I reflected as well. So it will be important that you provide, where are those child and youth care workers so that we update the database that we have, because the information that we presented, it was actually based from what we received from the provinces. And then the issue of the remuneration for the learnership. This is also at infancy stage because, as I've indicated, that we are engaging, the HWCTA in terms of the rollout of this learnership. So the details will be provided again at a later stage. As for now, I cannot get much into details about it, but all we can say that in this financial year going forward, it will be running this 18 months learnership process. But for other matters that have been raised in relation to the business case, we are looking forward to that meeting that Mr. Ngonyama has indicated that it needs to be held urgently. Thank you.
Thank you, Sis Nelly. Is there any addition from colleagues within welfare branch or the HRD, Sis Amanda and Sis Khaliboy? Before I move to DPSA. Sis Khaliboy.
Good afternoon, Sis Langi. Good afternoon to everyone in the meeting. I think we have noted all the comments that the colleagues have raised, that there seems to be no movement in the department's response to all the issues that have been raised. But I think Nelly is clear that a follow-up meeting that can talk to specifics that the colleagues have raised would need to be reconvened. And internally in the department, we know that that process is led by Corporate Services branch because it is the branch that has direct relations between the department and DPSA. So I guess what is important is to ensure that we don't talk one thing and not come to the position of resolving it. It is an apology on our side, as Nelly has said, that it is viewed as inconclusive, and we need to review our status and engage the department and sector partners on how these matters can be dealt with to the satisfaction of the sector, obviously within all the prescripts that regulate the profession and also regulate employment in the public service, while acknowledging that there are employers in the NPO sector, in the business sector, but all the necessary prescripts will need to be complied with when the business case and related issues are resolved. So that's how we need to contribute to what Nelly has already indicated, that we will need to regroup as the department and see to it that, and in the end, it has negative implications for childcare and protection services in the country. So we need to ensure that we conclude it in the manner that is representative of the department which is caring to its vulnerable children. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Oskale. Is Amanda still here? Otherwise, I'm moving over to the DPSA. Ntateli Tebele and Khadebe, your responses to the issues that have been raised.
But unfortunately, from our side, maybe let me put this up front, Chairperson, that maybe it could be the internal challenges, but from our side, from the directorate that deals with the remunerations and employment conditions, we were only briefed to provide a briefing on the OSDs. Other matters, we still also prepping them as the meeting or the session it unfolds. But we appreciate that and forward again with those relevant units that are affected. But we always advise the departments where they are not clear, they need to consult with us so that we ensure that there is a clear alignment across the sectors in those affected or observed positions. But again, as it stands, we will also engage with the unit that deals with the public service vacancy circular, so that we ensure that those advertisements that were selected or observed, that we also zoom into them, so that we ensure that there is a clear compliance in that regard. Maybe, Chairperson, I also something that I did not indicate during my presentation is that the timeframes in relation to this personal expenditure review or the reviews of the OSDs, that I have indicated that the report will be forwarded to all the affected sectoral ministers, including the Minister of Social Development, as far as the social worker professions are concerned. It is the plan from our side that before the end of June, that all the sectoral ministers are in preview of the report, in particular, not the entire overall report, although that we're still going to forward the entire report to them, but focus now only on the OSDs, since this is one of the elements that the minister has indicated that it needs to be prioritized. Maybe let me pause it for there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, both colleagues, for your responses to the issues that have been raised. I know that there is, ill feelings around the slow progress and the seeming, the approach is not what the sector wants. And I think perhaps a physical meeting, I've seen in the chat, somebody's requesting that maybe the board through, the council must coordinate a face-to-face meeting with the relevant departments. Maybe that is something that we need to explore so that issues can be threshed out thoroughly, and when we move forward, we know we're moving forward with speed and we're not going to go back to those issues ever again. But I appreciate that the report will also be shared with stakeholders. The sooner it happens, the better. On the issue of adverts, I hear that, it is a responsibility of provinces, but we often hear when we write to them, people say, no, it is the national office that actually creates that alignment. So perhaps a session with all the respective HRDs, the respective units throughout the country, so that we clean up this issue, and we know that it happens consistently for child and youth care work, for social work, and for community development when it is also, professionalized. We do not need to go back to this, especially with those delinquent departments who repeatedly, despite our engagements, continue to advertise and say they would hire, without following the regulations as we know, it must be advertised. I think, without belaboring the issue, there is a need for more engagement. And when we do engage, it should not be piecemeal engagements. It must be perhaps a one face-to-face roundtable engagement where all the relevant role players are there, and there is understanding that this issue is not just, when Tate Ngonyama spoke at the beginning, he said it must not be talk shop. And I think it's tiring if there's going to be engagements and that there's no progress in terms of tangible results. So the department has made a commitment. As Kgaleboye said, we will go back to the drawing board. So let's allow that to happen. But I still believe that there is a need for a session with the relevant, the board together with the relevant departments, and also the summit task team members, so that these issues are dealt with and we map a way forward for the future, so that we don't keep on going back and forth and it seems like we're just talking, for the sake of talking. This is serious business. We're talking about the growth of the sector. We're talking about staff establishment, career pathing, and making sure that the sector can grow, in a balanced way. In that day, Mpumelelo was saying it can be right that we're also going to just focus on, level 8 going upwards. We still need our auxiliary workers, but if they are going to upgrade, who's going to fill the space at the bottom? So we need to find a way to strengthen and nourish, our sector in a holistic way, in a balanced way, to make sure that everybody knows that they have a role to play. So let me, at this stage, pause to allow our panelists to give their reflections. Let me just see whether the Health and Welfare Sector is present. Mebras, I've not seen her name pop up, but I've noted Ms. Plaki is in.
Is currently on leave.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. I just want to see if I can share. Okay. Is my presentation visible on your side? Health and Welfare Sector, we just want to show our contribution that we'll be making to the child and youth care work profession. As we know that the child and youth care work, it is one skills priorities that are identified by the SETA, where you will see that child and youth care work also appears on that top 10 list based on the methodology that we use to actually compile the list. So you will see that child and youth care work is ranking number 8 on that top 10 list. And based on the data we collected from the workplace skills plan, the expressed need from that profession, it was that there is a requirement of around 55 child and youth care workers. So I'd like colleagues to understand how we arrive at those numbers. It is based on employers who actually submit workplace skills plan and on them completing the hard to fill vacancies. So we collect those employers and then we look at the need that they have communicated to us, and then we will base our plan on that. However, over and above that, there's other methodologies of collecting data, like through our stakeholder sessions. And we were grateful to see the council present in the stakeholder sessions that we held in April. And we will be sending out a questionnaire just for us to identify specific needs so that we can be able to express the exact needs of the sector in the strategic plan for the upcoming financial year. So just as a brief, to briefly show the support that will be shown, that will be provided by the Health and Welfare Sector in terms of child and youth care work. So what I've done is to just zoom into child and youth care work. However, the strategic focus for the social sector, it is much broader. It focuses on other social service professionals. However, because the summit, it it is focusing on child and youth care work. I just zoomed into the support that is specific to child and youth care work. I've heard colleagues mentioning learnerships. Yes, we do fund learnerships on an annual basis on child and youth care work. And what we are earmarking to do is to fund a minimum of 55 child and youth care workers. We do know that the need is much higher than that when it comes to responses to expressions of interest. However, we have just taken that number from the WSP responses that we received. Secondly, the second type of support that we will provide is in terms of bursaries, supporting the profession through bursaries. So last year, we received communication from the CEO indicating that there was an expressed need from child and youth care work for the SETA to support postgraduate qualifications. So last year we earmarked 8 child and youth care workers to support them on postgraduate qualifications. However, we had a number of challenges. We were referred to the Durban University of Technology and also the University of Johannesburg. So we contacted those 2 universities and we were specifically looking for people who wanted to either do their honors or master's degree or PhDs. However, the response we received, we did not receive one person who would like to enroll for child and youth care work. So we received candidates who required support, who were pursuing postgraduate qualifications in environmental health, others in sociology, others in social work. So we had a difficulty in actually identifying candidates that we can support to actually study, towards their postgraduate bursaries. And I did hear a colleague from DUT. I would like to get the contacts of that colleague so that we can start engaging. And as we are about to roll out our bursary program for the current year, that is current financial year 2023-2024, at least we can be able to support each other to identify those child and youth care workers who actually need the bursaries. And then the next type of support we are giving, which is one of our flagship programs, is the recognition of prior learning. We received a request from the Department of Social Development that there are about 1,000 caregivers who need for their prior learning to be recognized. So in terms of our strategizing, we have spread that number across the strategic period. We will not be able to cover the whole number that is required within one financial year. And what we are also doing is also to find other strategic partners such as the National Skills Fund to support us to actually fund the required need of candidates who need a recognition of prior learning. And then lastly, it's the support that we are providing as a strategic focus is pertaining to continuous professional development. So what we do here, we support conferences and we also support short learning programs. So here we will engage with the profession and hear what the needs are, and then we will support whatever needs that pertain to continuous professional development. And then just to showcase the flagship program of RPL that is supported by the Health and Welfare SETA. There is an outcomes evaluation study we conducted on a group of child and youth care workers, of caregivers who were recognized, whose prior learning was recognized, and they were entered into the program during the financial year 2020 to 2021. And the program, it spanned over a period of 18 months. So initially we enrolled 363 candidates who were provided by the Department of Social. However, 21 candidates dropped out, and 6 of those dropouts, they were replaced by other candidates. So in total, in actual fact, we had a dropout of 15 candidates. So we ended up with 348 candidates. The success rate in terms of completions, 305 of these students, they were found competent through this assessment and participated in the program. So to wrap up now this study, what we will be doing is to follow up on these students, whether all of them, they have managed to register with the council as child and youth care workers. One of the engagements we would like to have with the council is in trying to identify an intervention through which we can support these candidates to actually fund their registration fees. So that is my present. It happened, in a rush, but I was able, to come up quickly with a presentation so that at least I can share with you, colleagues, on what the Health and Welfare SETA has to offer. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we give a round of applause on behalf of the CEO?
Very much, Doc. Can I be able to share my screen, Madam Registrar?
Yes.
Right.
Can you please give the rights? It is showing. Just put it in slide mode, Prof. Thank you.
Madam, can you hear me?
Yes.
I've also disappeared from screen just to save some bandwidth so you can be able to hear me very well. I'll appear at the end of the presentation.
That's perfect. Thank you.
All right. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge our leaders that are in the room, yourself, Madam, and I know that there's also Mr. Harris, the council representative, the chairperson, Mr. Ngonyama, and the deputy, Mr. Ron, and all the other dignitaries that are in the room today, including the HWCTA, who I think I'm going to start my presentation with because they've just spoken about very important things that I have in the presentation later on, but I'm going to have to just maybe put them in another light to add to what Ms. Blackie has said. Ms. Blackie is right. We received a call last year from the HWCTA asking us whether we've got any postgraduate students in child and youth care and environmental health that could be funded. Yes, we did put them through, Ms. Blackie. We had 4 students that we put through. 4 of them were awarded bursaries, but because they're full-time students, the Durban University of Technology, this is for everyone, colleagues. The Durban University of Technology also provides full-time students are provided with bursaries by the Durban University of Technology. What I'm saying to you now, child and youth care practitioners, if you do your master's degree or your PhD at DUT full-time, it's totally free of charge. We pay for everything. And we also then depend on the HWCTA to assist us for those ones that are doing part-time. So that's that opportunity once again. And maybe to add once again, the support that we received from the HWCTA in the past year alone, they also funded what I'll talk about later on, the production of what we call the portfolio development course for 60 auxiliary child and youth care workers that would be taken into this portfolio development course, fully paid by the HWCTA. They also funded 60 new Bachelor of CYC candidates to start in 2024. Everybody who's going to study, they will still be working, but they will be part-time in a way, and we'll also be doing a block release, as I will define later on. But that was funded by the HWSETA. The total amount of money that we got there is a lot. If I tell you my extra training and engagement with work with the workplace, where we are going to expose them to law enforcement, as well as working with children with disabilities, something that we thought hoping for continued support for the Fraternity of Child and Youth Care. So as I start my presentation, ladies and gentlemen, it's very short. It's only 10 slides, including this one. If you look at this, the one is child and youth care, and the other one is environmental health. And funnily enough, when they were measured, safe spaces and environmental health on the other end looks at those spaces where the children live and they're expected to thrive and survive, and make sure that those spaces are safe. This is the third time that I'm presenting, and I know there have been questions from colleagues as to what has happened to this, because they've been waiting to be opened, and so we thought acknowledgements as well. Colleagues, I joined the Durban University of Technology in September of 2021. And 2 weeks into my coming into the position, I had a call or an email from the board, the previous board, and the call was led by Dr. Thambadu and Dr. Lisiba, who said they wanted to work with child and youth care at the Durban University of Technology to try and taking 50 students in the first year, to increase the number so that we can quickly reach the number of professionals that we need in the country. And we agreed we can be able to increase and give you 60 new students, which would bring the intake of first year students to 110 every year. All right. So, and the aim, this one in green is very important, colleagues. I know a lot of things have been said, but the point where the issue of professionalization is to come in. Colleagues, professionalism starts at a certain level. And it's something that we need to face as child and youth care workers. That when we look at the categories, sometimes when we fight in the field and we fight for rights, the project was going to look at people at NQF level 4 and 5 who are having a qualification in child and youth care specifically. Right? Qualification in child and youth care specifically. And so we is developed to get the people that have been working in the field for a long time to be ready for the degree. Once again, just to remind colleagues that the entry into the NQF level 8 degree is actually matric. The entry into level 8 qualification for child and youth care is matric. Level 5, 6, and 7. We can't make people jump levels, colleagues, because a child who finishes matric goes straight into NQF level 8. And that's what we're trying to do with our people. They've got matric. We train them for 6 months. Some of them have been working for years. And the degree has changed so much that we're getting them ready to get into the degree at NQF level 8. That's what the PDC was. So the background was that on campus, we requested money from the SETA to allow us to enable the auxiliary child and youth care workers to still remain in their position, and we teach them where they are. We were going to select at least 2 pilot areas for a start. We had not decided on everything as yet, but we were going to select 2 places where we could be able to have 30 people for one and 30 people in the other. And we could be able to teach them most of the time online. They didn't have to leave their work and they would be attending, and then we would have a block release where facilitators would go to them in the field and teach them for at least about a week, and they would have mentors that are there with them all the time to ensure that they don't fall by the wayside. And we already had a person, when we discussed together with the board and HWSETA, a very seasoned person, Mr. Alan Rouse, who was going to develop this short course for DUT, where the auxiliary child and youth care workers were going to register. All right, and like we say in the second paragraph, those who successfully complete would be eligible to register for the degree with more insight and preparedness, because the PDC content is the one that makes even the ones who've not been studying for 10 years to walk into the degree at least with a better understanding of what it requires of a person to be in the level 8 qualification. Now, in terms of progress, colleagues, we have not started the project. The money has been passed by the HWC. Sorry.
Sorry, Doc, continue.
Okay, thank you very much. The money has been approved by the HWC. The HWC has given us the memorandum of agreement. But what the problem has been is that this is something totally new. This is something that has not been done before. And now coming to a university and trying to sell an idea of something that they've got no clue about. The university works, it's very rigid. People who work with education know that the rules of education are very rigid. You can't just change and say, I'll go online. I will go teach as a satellite. I'm going to take the money that comes as a bursary and use it to appoint people. So the delay in implementing this has actually come from our side as the Durban University of Technology, where we are still trying to go through legal issues of trying to ensure that the money that comes from the HWC is going to be used to run the PDC and the degree. The reason why we need that money is because we only currently have 5 lecturers in child and youth care. We have about 210 students, and if we're going to add another 120, it's not going to be possible for the colleagues that we have in child and youth care. So the request that we made to the HWC was give us some money, at least to get 3 extra lecturers and facilitators for the PDC. And that's where the balance of everything is happening. We have not stopped running the program or the project. We are just still going through hoops and, well, we're jumping through quite a lot of things, but we've got certainty that at some point this is going to happen. So for those that have been wondering whether we are going to start, we were supposed to start in July of this year for the PDC. But looking at where we are today, and there's still the talks between the HWC and the DUT in the signing of the MOA, we will not be able to start the PDC. The degree is supposed to start in 2024 in January, and we haven't done the selections as yet because we're still working on the issue of the finalization of the MOA. All right, that's where we find ourselves right now. And now going with the progress again, the second point that we would like to share with you is that after finalization of the memorandum of understanding, I'm trying to get this to get off my face for a while so that I can be able to look at the other screen. I can just tap. Logistical arrangements regarding the change in the offering. The degree that we offer is full-time on campus. And like I was saying earlier, now we need to go through a form of reaccreditation for the change in allowing us to have satellite campuses. That has to go through CHE, but that's a shorter route as compared to when we applied for the first time. So that's something we currently are working on. We're hoping that it can be done by the second semester. And the last point, provision of detailed information on, just to say, recruitment and advertising. In November last year, we said we are going to recruit. We're going to advertise. It was the 17th of November, my recollection says. And we said we are going to, by the end of the week, send information out, the advertisement. It didn't go out, colleagues. And an apology from our side. It was not intended that it should happen that way. It's because before we can recruit, we have to have the course in place. And to have the course in place, we have to have students that can sign an agreement with the HWC. So it was like we are between the rock and a hard place. We can't get the students before the MOA is signed. And now for the MOA to be signed, we have to have the students. So that's where we find ourselves in the finalization of the program. I'm left with only 1.5 slides now. And I just also wanted to say, colleagues, please, if you've got any questions that I might not have answered here in terms of the PDC and the degree, feel free to get in touch with us. We are more than willing to meet with you and the groups that we're looking forward to join the PDC so that you don't hear things on Facebook and everywhere else. We will tell you the details of what is happening and why we are where we are today. We've had meetings with the NACCW and the National Association of Child and Youth Care Workers Movement to explain to them. So even if you're an individual and you write an email to us wanting to know anything about the degree and the PDC, please feel free to get in touch with us. All right, second to last slide. What are we offering at DUT? Colleagues at the Durban University of Technology, we've got the Bachelor of Child and Youth Care. Very proud of it. Ms. Miriam Siluma always says we're the only university in Africa that's offering child and youth care, and that's very true. And this degree, as a university, it was developed for the practitioners. And that's why we are saying if you need to talk to us about this degree, please come to us directly and find out how we can be able to make things happen for you. There are questions that we will have, probably, maybe we will give them to the council or to the board when they meet the department, social development, to say, like, it's very possible for you to come and say, we have got so many people that we want to have the degree done. Take these people from us, we will pay for them, and you take them as a special group for us. Those people at auxiliary level, we can take them on. You pay the money, we train them, because the degree is there. We get extra people and we can be able to teach for you. So we've got that degree that can professionalize people. And then we've got a brand new qualification, colleagues, the postgraduate diploma in child and youth care. Also very proud of this one. Dr. Diwan and Professor Bagwan worked very hard on this one to make sure that those colleagues of ours that have got the BTEC, which is an NQF level 7, doesn't allow them to get to the master's degree, which is NQF level 9. We've got the postgraduate diploma now, which you can do for a year and be able to get a level 8 qualification, which can get you into the degree. So there's no reason anymore to say, I can't do the degree because I've got a BTEC. We've got the bridge for you, and it's 1 year. And the fun behind it, again, is that you don't have to be on campus all the time. We've requested that this one can also be taught as a block release. As it stands now, Professor Bagwan is running a group of students that are attending. And KwaZulu-Natal, I want to say we've got most people from KZN, from Gauteng that are attending this course. And we're expecting that in 2024, there will be more people supporting us from our province as well. And this is open to everyone. You don't have to be in Durban to attend, but Gauteng supported quite a lot in attending this. And the last one, colleagues, is the Masters of Child and Youth Care. This one of the reasons why the CEO, HWCTA, would have been told that we didn't get applications or we didn't send applications for people in child and youth care is because before 2022, we didn't have the Masters in Child and Youth Care. They had to register for the Masters in Health Sciences and then do a project in child and youth care. But starting from last year, we started taking new students in the new degree that we have, the Masters in Child and Youth Care. And we have got, in the previous year, we took 5 students and we took 5 more this year. So you've got the Masters that doesn't want you to go through corners to be able to prove that you're a child in youth care. And please talk to us about enrollment. Like I said earlier, we've got the money as DUT for full-time studies. You can just come and do the Masters with us, and they give you the money for attending, or we give you the money for that. Colleagues, as I close, I would like to acknowledge there are quite a few people that worked on this project, and we really, really are appreciative of everything that they've done. We had from the previous board, we had the CEO of HWCTA, Mrs. Bass, and her colleagues who supported us quite a lot. We have the PBCYC board, the previous one and the present one under Mr. Ngonyama and Mr. Ron that is supporting the process. And we've got Dr. Thambadu, who was with the board and still continues to work with us as NSCCW. They've always worked with DUT. Mr. Alan Ralphs, who is the person that's developing this, very, very well seasoned when it comes to issues of curriculum development. So he's the one that's working with us. And then we've got the Child and Youth Care Program, Professor Bagwan, Dr. Diwan, Ms. Shaling Singh, who's also a member of the council and the board, Ms. Toby Letlengwa, as well as the secretary, or Dr. Fatima Diwan, who spoke earlier. And then we've got the secretary of the department, Mrs. Anusha Karamchand. And I see a question before I go to my last slide. Why not open a college in Gauteng as a branch of DUT? That's something we're working on, Jessica. As I said earlier, it's not something automatic, but we've thought of having at least a satellite campus in Gauteng to be able to do that. I stole these words. Some of these words, I took them from something that I was reading this morning, colleagues. And I thought this was very important for me to come and talk about this week that we're having. That from the DUT would like to say, during this 2023 International Child and Youth Care Week, would like to acknowledge the dedication that you have, the hard work that you put in each and every day in the quest to protect and progressively guide our children and the youth. We'd like to thank you for taking care of and helping our children in pursuance of a better life towards realization of their rights enshrined in Section 28 of our Constitution, so that they can be able to become productive caring, successful, and engaged citizens of tomorrow. And also to acknowledge that our country seems to be fighting our children. And it is through people like yourselves, the practitioners, that we can be able to bring a change to protect our children further. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hware. We really appreciate the feedback and the progress update that you've given, and I'm sure that the apology is accepted for some of the delays, which are structural issues that you must navigate around. So we're looking forward to the launch of those exciting courses that you've spoken about. Thank you so much. I would now hand over to Prof. Desiree de Kock from UNISA to do her input. And colleagues, if you feel like taking a leg stretch or grab a cup of tea, your sugar level is down, please do so and come back in the plenary. Unfortunately, I'm not going to break at this moment because we're soon running out of time and I don't want to start losing people. So please do that quickly and then come back in the plenary. Dr. Desiree, Prof. Desiree de Kock, over to you. Is Prof still with us? I've also received notification that UNICEF unfortunately could not stay. Ms. Helen Yangoya was in, but she would forward her update to the meeting, so you would all receive a copy of her presentation. I don't know if Prof is still with us.
Registrar, I do not see her here. May I try to call her, because I just spoke to her 5 minutes ago. Let me try call. Maybe you can move to the next presenter as I'm checking up on her. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to now hand over to Mr. Ngonyama to do the presentation on behalf of UJ's Dr. Verosh Nadesan. Over to you, Mr. Ngonyama. We cannot see the presentation, Mr. Don. Thank you.
Can you see it now?
Yes, it's showing. Thank you.
Okay, if you, thank you very much, Registrar. If you allow me, I'm going to present it as is, because I am not able to put it on slideshow the way it was sent to me. I'll just present it as is here. Good afternoon once again, colleagues. The presentation was supposed to be done by Ms. Vereshni Nadesan, but she is in Hong Kong and indicated that the other colleague whom she could have asked to present is also out of the country. So she asked if we can present this update on her behalf. And I took it upon myself to do that. And I will just read the presentation. They are saying that in May 2020, UJ was approached by a member of the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care to consider online degree at UJ. Follow-up meeting held with Professional Board for Child and Youth Care on 22nd July 2020, where it was realized that only DUT and IIE offered the Bachelor of Child and Youth Care. This meant that child and youth care workers have access to residential universities. Two other higher education institutions were considering offering the Professional Board of Child, offering the Bachelor of Child and Youth Care. Sorry. UJ was requested to consider having an online Bachelor of Child and Youth Care degree, level 8 qualification. This was viewed very positively as a third offering within the Department of Social Work and Community Development. The process that took place at UJ. Thus, it was decided that the BCYC will lie in the Department of Social Work and Community Development within the Faculty of Humanities at the University of Johannesburg. Will be an online offering. This discipline has not yet been taught at UJ. Will be only at NQF level 8, which is BCYC for 4 years. Professional Van Breda, the then HOD, and Dr. Nadison will be the lead drivers of the project. We then met with internal role players at UJ, including the Dean of the Faculty of Humanities, who readily accepted in writing that she supported this project. The other actions involved or that took place on the 7th of October 2020, a meeting was held with DSD Gauteng, colleagues at UNISA, and the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care. This must have been the third professional board. DSD has 542 child and youth care workers at auxiliary child and youth care level. Child and youth care workers already in employment at DSD, impacts on field training curriculum and to consider RPL process. So at UJ, the BCYC fits within the profile of humanities and within the Department of Social Work and Community Development, and the name can be revisited. Strengthening through interdisciplinary offerings, however, need to then have those offerings online as well. Networking with other universities, the universities are DUT, UWC, and IIE to consider offering the degree. Subsequently, we had begun our processes at UJ internally. We received the letter of endorsement from the Professional Board of Child and Youth Care, and that is referring to the current board. That was on the 30th of September 2023. The forms for the Council for Higher Education had changed, so we are in the process of updating the submission. Challenges that are being faced, it's time and manpower are our biggest hindrances in the development of the program. This has resulted in delays in processes of documents on our side. We considered our outsourcing the development of the degree, but this has cost implications. We would need money to outsource. So this delay also has meant that the due date for implementation is shifted to possibly 2026. Thank you. That is the end of the presentation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ngonyama, for standing in the gap for UJ. We thank the presentation. I think it's giving a nice also update in terms of where UJ is in their commitment to increase or improve the issue of access. We know that with what Dr. Khware was saying, professionalization is about actually making sure that we take the level to a higher notch. So we thank UJ for that update. Let's see whether Prof. de Kock is in the house. Prof. de Kock. Oh yeah, welcome. Thank you so much. Thanks, Dr. Mbezi, for getting hold of her. We're going to go straight into your presentations. I want that when people do reflections, they take all the presentations at a go. Go ahead, Prof.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and all protocol reserved. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm just going to share my presentation with you. It is Can you see the presentation?
Yes, no. It's there. Thank you.
It's there. Okay,
yes.
Let me just get it. The correct slide. There, thank you. It is for the BCYC project team for the development of the UNISA qualification. Background information to get everyone on the same page. Discussions was already initiated by the professional board and the SACSSP in 2018 and 2019. There was quite a number of meetings with CSH management, representatives from social work department, the COD and EXCO of management. Within the department, with our strategic planning in November 2019, it was agreed on the need and importance. Sorry, me just. Now, the sensitivity is not in my favor. Agreed that we should, for UNISA to develop that qualification. It is also agreed upon by our dean. And then the start of the process was quite delayed, especially in 2020, with the lockdown and everything. Then the team members of the UNISA BCYC qualification, because this cannot be just done by one group, is the Department of Social Works BCYC project team, the BCYC task team that consists out of representatives of the professional board representatives and CYC experts from practice. It was recognized that the stakeholder consultation was not necessary because with the information we got from the professional board and the council, the necessary information are there. Then further involved now is the Office of the Academic Planner, also our Directorate for Curriculum Development and Training, and transformation, internal processes that we've got for approval there from the Social Works Tuition and Learning Committee to our College of Human Sciences Committee. From there, it goes to our college board, then the Senate Tuition and Learning Committee and Senate for final approval. Then also external team members are the National Department of Higher Education and the CHE approval and SACSSP registration. Progress of this development. At the beginning, documentation that was assumed to be in place were the exit level outcomes of the qualification registered with SACSSP or minimum standards of the professional degree. None of these were available, which did make a challenge and had effect on the movement also in 2021. 2021 to 2022, there were discussions and meetings between the BCYC committee or task team members. There were meetings with the BCYC task team. Then the Council for Higher Education reviewed their application document. And now the CHE and SACSSP documents are in one. We were busy completing it towards the end of 2021. So we had to hold back for the new. We have to keep it back for the new document to be available. Then in February, March 2022, there was a meeting with the acting academic planner, first myself and then with the professional board, because the new template of CHE created its own challenges. So we can, and then the there was the development of the exit level outcomes and assessment criteria that was done specifically with the people on the BCYC task team and the previous board. That was a remarkable progress that we have that in end of June 2022. On 30 August 2022, a memo was sent as a proposal document to the Office of the Academic Planner to the motivation of the presentation, development and presentation of the BCYC, and that it must be registered on the PQM, that is the qualification mix of what UNISA may present. Then in 2023, unfortunately, from the end of August up to the beginning of 2023, there was I didn't receive any written feedback. And then my contact again to find out for the way forward, especially to confirm that the qualification is on the UNISA PQM to be offered. On the 13th of March, I had a meeting with the representatives from the Academic Planners Office and the DCDT. Outcome there was that there were different expectations and communication hurdles which resulted in a delay in the offering. The most important one is the fact that the qualification is also not yet on the UNISA PQN. The question was then, what now? At the moment, the BCYC project team is continuing to revision and update of the proposal. Much of that information comes from the CHE document that's already was already there to develop and offer the BCYC qualification. That's where we are at the moment. The way forward for 2023 onwards, the submission of the proposal to the academic planner, then approval of the proposal from the academic planner side, and this approval can be done within 2 weeks. I was told then we've got to continue, of course, together with the professional board and the other members of the BCYC task team to complete we complete the required documentation and then go to the task team to get their input from that. In the meantime, BCYC qualification will be put on UNISA's PQM. There, I'm not sure about when that will happen. I assume it will be by the end of the year. Then we need to start with the approval of the BCYC qualification documents via UNISA structures. That is when all of the documentation has been developed and completed. And I must emphasize the following months and dates or years is my target dates. It's not that of the Department of Social Work or UNISA. That these are the dates that is my personal targets to reach. So the offering of the BCYC qualification to be approved by Senate in February 2024. That will be with the first meeting of Senate in 2024. Then the application of this must go to the external stakeholders. Our DCDT office does that, and to do that then in March 2024. The development I envision of the CYC specific modules in 2025, and that the first students will register for the qualification in 2026. Challenges, this is the major challenge is the postponement of the first year of offering from the BCYC qualification at UNISA. I apologize for that, but it is also unfortunately things beyond my control. I recognize the disappointment and frustration of the professional board, as well as the child and youth care workers who wants to register, but there's also frustration from our side also. And this development is a consecutive process, so the one follow on the other. We can, for instance, not start with the CHE and other documentation to be completed before and send it to the structures, the different committees for approval, with the qualification not being on the PQM of UNISA. UNISA has got concerns also about the limited availability of human resources, that specifically in terms of the supervisors, as well as possible lecturers. And then also a great concern about the sustainability of the qualification. And here I want to refer back to Mr. Ngoyama's presentation, where he indicated from the Department of Social Development, I assume national, that there's been promises of bursaries for the students, but nothing came to the fore. We will have to demonstrate that the qualification will be sustainable, and the sustainability is through students registering. Everyone heard and knows already that the salaries of the child and youth care workers are minimal, and they won't be able to pay for themselves for their studies at UNISA. So we need to have documented agreement from a party to fund the students. And then on the positive side, for the delay is actually that child and youth care workers with the postgraduate qualifications will increase by the time, especially up to the end of 2025. There will, I think, with the M degree offered at DUT, at least be added 10 more people. The work that we've done already is not null and void. We can build on that. The norms and standards for the professional child and youth care work is now available, which means that with having the exit level outcomes and the assessment criteria now needs to be replaced with the norms and standards that's there. And having this document now, it is also an advantage that we haven't gone through a process where things have been approved already and have to redo that. And then also the BCYC qualification will be fully online except for practical modules. At the moment, as we call it, we've got modules that's blended, that it is online and in printed and contact with the with the lecturers. UNISA is working towards 2030 to have all the qualifications fully online. And then before I say thank you, I just want to say this is a personal remark, that if anybody had or have a impression that this is not a priority for the department, it is a priority for us. We need to report back every month at the departmental meetings, and for myself, this is also a priority within my work, because nothing will give me more pleasure to see new students enrolling, and hopefully by 2026. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Desiree de Kock from UNISA. Can we give a round of applause, please? I think what is becoming, obvious is the fact that all these processes, in all the three presentations from DUT, UJ, and now UNISA, that these are systematic processes, which means it cannot be rushed. It's unavoidable that it will take a little bit longer, but we must be patient as a sector, because this is in the best interest of long-lasting, sustainable, processes, So we have to appreciate what the three presentations have brought to the fore, that the issue of access to education will become a thing of the past, but we need to work on it, appreciating that there are internal processes which has to be fulfilled by all the respective champions in the respective universities. So thank you so much, colleagues, Dr. Khware, Prof. de Kock, and on behalf of UJ, Ngonyama representing Ms. Dr. Verosh Nadisan, we really appreciate the progress that universities has made in terms of improving on the issue of access, but we also are aware that resources are very key, funding, making sure that they can hire the right people to be in those positions, to make sure that a unit is in place, to run with the offering, the new offering that they want to go ahead with. At this stage, I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Comrade Mpumi Sibia, the GS for the Public Health and Social Development Sector Bargaining Council, Sectoral Bargaining Council, who is going to also give his reflections. Thank you so much, Comrade Sibia.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I'm not sure. Oh, your colleague is assisting
showing.
there with it.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's showing. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. I'm not going to waste your time, because I think the presentations that have been done have covered almost everything that is contained in this particular presentation. So allow me to use the popular cliché, Program Director, that all protocol are observed with the fear of missing some dignitaries. So ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good afternoon. Our contribution will be to deal with the issue of advancing the profession of child and youth care work. If you can move to the next slide there. Who is operating there? Can the colleague who is assisting with the controlling the slides to move them?
Secretariat, can you please assist?
Or give me the rights then to do.
I think that's a better option. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, is it visible?
It is visible. Please put it in. flight mode.
Okay, it's in the flight mode now. Thank you very much. I will just cover 5 areas. One will be to deal with the purpose, why we're making this particular presentation. Secondly, we'll just want to deal with a little bit in 2-3 minutes time with a contextual background, and then look at the key challenges. As I've said, nothing new that I'm going to say has not been said. In fact, it has been said a long time ago, around 2017, when there was that industrial action that seeks to popularize the challenges that are confronting this cohort. And then the next one will be, what are the proposed interventions from the perspective of the Bargaining Council, the things that we have been doing to try and deal with the challenges that will have been identified. The last part will be to deal with the conclusion. At the level of the proposed will be to present our contribution in advancing the profession of the child and youth care work. At the same time, we also like to reflect on the challenges and the proposed interventions to deal with the working conditions of the child and youth care workers. As you can imagine, as a bargaining council, it's inevitable for us that we cannot talk without referring to issues of conditions of employment for this particular group of professionals. At the level of the contextual background, who we are quickly, we are a public health and social development sectoral bargaining council, which is a creature of statute, which is the Labour Relations Act, were established in terms of Section 66 of 1995. Our principal powers and functions in the main are 3, amongst others. 1 is to conclude on collective agreements and also to enforce those collective agreements and to prevent and resolve disputes. That's who we are in a nutshell. I don't know what happened there. Right? So what will have happened if we go down memory lane a little bit? Around 2007 towards 2008, there was this introduction of the occupational specific dispensation. This particular group of professionals also benefited through a resolution that was called Resolution 1 of 2009, which was the implementation of the occupation specific dispensation for social service professions and occupations. Its objective was to, amongst others, introduce an occupational specific remuneration and career progression system for child and youth care workers to attract and retain employees in the social service profession and occupations. As they will say, the devil is in the detail. When it came to the implementation of this particular resolution, it became apparent that quite a number of areas might have been omitted in terms of appreciating how complex are the challenges that the people who are working in this particular sector are confronted with. 1, it became very strong to the sector that there are issues of recognition that needs to be attended to. Secondly, there was a challenge around the entry levels that were not appropriate. The career pathing was having some bottlenecks. People were not able to progress right up to your equivalent of a chief director, have their own standalone directorates or chief directorates to a point where they can become DDGs. In fact, they were ending around level 6 or level 8 in some instances, depending on the province that you come from. There were issues also of that career pathing that was not clear. There were challenges of environmentally friendly cars that ought to be utilized by these colleagues. There was an issue also of remuneration and the post structure, issues of grades. There were issues of appointment requirements. Requirements that were required there also posed some challenges. There was an issue of recognizing the experience. There was an issue of grade progression. All of these issues then led around 2017, between 2016 to 2017, they led into an industrial action, which placed a lot of pressure and strain in the sector. It is out of that industrial action that, again, as a collective bargaining council, we were able to come together and conclude a resolution called Resolution 1 of 2017, whose intention was to try and reprioritize the issues that were confronted by this particular cohort of colleagues. With the passage of time, then came the promulgation of the Social Service Professions Act that we are all familiar with, which was having the regulations for child and youth care workers, auxiliary child and youth care workers, and student child and youth care workers. While this was a welcome intervention, however, again, at an implementation level, there seemed to be a concern that the focus is more on registration, with very little attention being paid to the scope of practice for the child and youth care work within the auxiliary and professional categories of registration. So there seem to be this skewed bias towards only focusing on issues of registration, also not focusing on the issues of the scope of operation. On the collective bargaining front, as a result of the industrial action, parties in the council concluded the resolution that I spoke about, the resolution 2 of 2017, which was a framework agreement on the payment of rural allowance, an amendment of the OSD for social service professionals and occupations. Now, what then is happening currently, subsequent to the conclusion of that resolution, is that around 2019, there was a draft resolution that was presented by the Labour bloc within the sector. And this draft resolution covers some of the issues that DPSA is saying there were findings that were made by the PricewaterhouseCoopers. But had they had access to the draft resolution that was presented by Labour as early as 2017, they will have known that those things were identified as challenges that needs to be addressed. And what were those issues that were teased out? Firstly, is the need for the reduction of required experience for the appointment of supervisors and managers. Is the issue of the payment of pay progression annually, not over a period of 2 years. So that 3% was going to be divided by 2 to be 1.5% per annum. And it's one of the findings that I saw on the DPSA report, as I'm saying, that it's something that was there as early as 2017. It's a reduction of years required for grade progression. It's an extension of grades for social service professions. It's also the issue of the introduction of new level of assistant child and youth care managers. It's also the introduction of a new level of child and youth care managers. It's also the review of the entry levels. So there is a whole basket of issues that have been identified by the collective of labor within the sector to say these are the issues that ought to be prioritized. Regrettably, the parties at the level of the council have deadlocked on this issue. So this matter was last discussed around 2020. So to date, the employer has been saying they are seeking a mandate, but we are aware that it is because there was this particular research that they were conducting through PricewaterhouseCoopers, where they were looking at the issue of OSDs in its totality. So that's the long and short of it in terms of where we are as a bargaining council. So in conclusion, we are saying we acknowledge that significant strides have been made in professionalizing the profession. However, a lot more still needs to be done by all the stakeholders to ensure that the good intentions translate into tangible recognition and improved working conditions, especially career pathing and grade progression. Those are the main things that the colleagues are complaining about, that they don't want to become a stepchild of other professions. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you so much, Comrades Sibiya, for that input. Very succinct, but to the point. And I think it's living, it's reflecting the disjointed way in which there has been engagement around the OSD matter. But I'm sure there is still room to engage further with the relevant parties and make sure that, we don't duplicate efforts, and also there has to be movement on these things. Thank you so much. I'm going to hand over now to Comrade Gracia Ricordo from PSA to also give in her reflections. Over to you, Sis Gracia.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'll have to try and perform a miracle on summarizing the discussions that ensued this morning. But I think I am going to just give our take and overview on all the presentations and the discussions and deliberations that took place since 9 o'clock this morning. From the side of PSA, and I believe this is a joint feeling that would also come from our sister union NEHAW. We appreciate the various presentations and work done around the sector thus far. Two, we want to request that it is important that follow-up meeting between National Department of Social Development and DPSA be convened as a matter of urgency to piggyback and work on what was contained on the presentation from Comrade Sibiya, because that is exactly what that presentation was expected from DPSA and from National Department of Social Development. Would also want to implore both on DUT and the UNISA and UJ to try and fast track. Yes, we understand, Chair. I heard from your closing remarks as we are summarizing the presentation that was done by the colleagues to say there is a lot of work that still needs to be done. We don't want the current workers that are in the child and welfare sector not to be beneficiaries of what is to come in terms of the good presentations and intentions that were presented by the colleagues there. So there should at least be, even if it can be a quarterly update in terms of where the process is, because when one looked at the dates that are intended to start rolling out this program, which is 2025-2026, one is actually saying justice delayed is justice denied. There are people who were eagerly looking forward to be recipient of what was to be brought in as a way of professionalizing this particular sector. We want to applaud, Chair, the ongoing support from HWSETA, and we also want to implore the Council to ensure that the funding that is given by HWSETA, made available through various sectors to support various mediums to support the sector, is utilized to develop a worker in the child and youth care arena. We want to also request that going forward, Chair, can we be given the presentations in advance, so that as and when these presentations are done, we at least have made ourselves familiar with those presentations, because sometimes it's a little bit difficult to follow as the presentations are done because we're seeing the documents for the first time. It is our understanding that this summit, it's something that is planned in advance, and all the various presenters can make these presentations in advance, so that when we come in here, we are able to interact and participate with the contents of these presentations. We want to again implore on both DPSA and NSD to say workers in that sector have been very patient, and it cannot be correct that 3 years into this summit, we're still talking about semantics, and there is nothing concrete that is coming out in terms of all the challenges that we have actually spoken about. And we are requesting that there should be progress realized equitably. We applauded and appreciated the various inputs that came from the child and healthcare workers in relation to the people that came in and testified on how they have benefited, and that scale needs to be evened out. We also need to have child and youth care workers coming in and say, now we realize that we are seen as an asset that we are, because the role that they are playing in supporting the communities, in making sure that the children's rights are realized, it should also be appreciated, and they also need to see how they are being appreciated by the sector. But we want to applaud the council chair and the board in continuing in giving out these summits. Yes, we might not see its outcome, but the building blocks are there, and a lot can actually be done. So we, as the PSA and as organized labor, support the initiatives coming from the board and its council and the relevant stakeholders who are part of the summit, and will always avail ourselves to the end. We will realize the professionalization of the sector as a way of supporting the children who are aimed at being beneficiaries and protecting the children's rights. We need to resuscitate the various work streams to get an update on work done, and not wait for the summit to actually sit where we will then be receiving these reports, because some of the issues, i.e. the reports that came from DPSA and DSD, we could have managed to nip it in the bud and make sure that we redirected them on what we're expecting from them. So without any further ado, Chair, these are the submissions and presentations from PSA. We will not tire. It is our responsibility to make sure that the child and youth care healthcare workers are also appreciated and given the necessary credence that they deserve. I submit, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Comrade Rikoto, for your reflections. And I believe indeed that a follow-up session is required as a matter of urgency across many other stakeholders, but also a roadmap which shows the process, of establishing a new course so that we don't kill the excitement, but people must understand that it takes a minimum 3 to 5, maybe 6 years. But I think a roadmap that explains and progress updates, as you've suggested, it's a brilliant idea. Colleagues from academia, you have heard, if they can be regular, paragraph just saying this is where we are, this is what we need, I think that would be appreciated. And as a partner, SACSSP will continue to offer the platform where you can, share this information so that our child and youth care workers and social service, all the general social service practitioners will benefit. May I get your permission to extend the session by 30 minutes so that we allow for questions and comments, at least for 10 minutes, and allow also for the summary to be done and the way forward from the board member, Dr. Lisiba Mulepo, as well as the vote of thanks and closing remarks from the Deputy Chairperson, Ms. Samantha Beron. Is that okay? Thank you so much. I'm going to now allow and open the floor for questions. I've noted that Mr. Kabasia has responded to an earlier question by Mr. Kanyile that NPOs are closing, what is Gauteng saying, and so forth. He's proposed that such questions be forwarded to the department and not be engaged on this platform. So if there are any such questions, Masindi and the other colleagues from the Solidarity, you're welcome to also engage the Northwest Province DSD for the questions that are directly linked to that province. So let us have an engagement now based on the 2 presentations by DSD and by the DPSA, as well as subsequent reflection presentations from colleagues. Dr. Khware, Health and Welfare SETA, represented by Ms. Bulelwa Plaki, Prof. Dikok, Dr. Nadesan, represented by Ms. Tangoyama, and Comrade Sibia, as well as reflections from Comrade Rikoto, PSA. Can I see by a show of hand how many people want to? Somebody's competing with me. I'm going to remove that person if they don't close their mic, please. Can I have an indication by hands how many people or who has burning comments that they want to do? Otherwise, we can go straight to the summary and the way forward. If there aren't any questions anybody wants to pose to the panelists, as well as the 2 presenters earlier on. I don't see any hands. Lungs, are there any comments from the live streaming portal?
Yes, the ma'am, I forwarded them to you. You can check your phone because there are quite a lot of them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Whilst I'm checking on the comments, which requires input maybe or a response, are there any questions from people in the house? I can't see hands. Okay. I'm looking for the comments quickly. Okay. There's a comment from Ndumiso Koyana. Mr. Kabasia, on the 6th of May, you said the same issues, same analogies. I thought you were going to tell us what happened since you presented in 2021. What progress has happened now? You concluded by requesting that the National DSD declare the child and youth care work profession as a crisis like they did with social work and put a plan in place. Mamteki, so these are issues that were raised from previous summits and conferences. At this summit, we should be given feedback on what work has been done so far. There's also a comment from Esme Blessed. We thank the department for the leadership, yet concern is why waste money on NQF level 4, yet it will be phased out in 2027. Why not do NQF level 5 instead? There's a follow-up from Koyana Ndumiso. Now that DSD knows that most irregularities are mostly with DSD, so what is the plan in place to capacitate them? And then there's also more Moni Wamakala. Moni is saying, why not a degree? What does it mean everybody will wait for 2027 only to get bursaries for the degree? I strongly feel that here we served with same things, same one in a different bottle. So true, it is really unfair and unacceptable. Nothing is new from the two presentations, okay? We've already heard that. I think these are the questions from the YouTube link. Dr. Tambadu, I note your hand. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I just felt that what I wanted to say that the one way forward from this seems to be the meeting, the urgent meeting that is going to be held between the professional board for child and youth care work and the council and DSD to actually explore the bottleneck and the key issues that have come out. I wonder if there would be a proper report back to the field after that. I noted that it was to be an urgent meeting, possibly within by next week, and then maybe a feedback to the field on how are we moving forward on all the issues that have raised. That would be appreciated. Thank you very much, Registrar.
Thank you, Dr. Tambadu. Thank you so much. I'm sure there has to be an update that goes out to the sector as a matter of urgency. And once colleagues have gone to the drawing board and they, come back to us with updates and all those reports that shows a rethink or a realignment in strategies, we should be able to give the feedback back to our constituency. Ntate Ngonyama?
Thank you very much, Registrar and Chairperson. I know that there is going to be a vote of thanks right at the end, but I want to point out and also thank the different stakeholders who have shown a commitment and progress since the last meeting that took place last year in May, and that we would appreciate if the same effort and energy can be maintained. And as indicated, we at the professional board commit to meeting with the department and trying to fast track this process, and hopefully, as said by Dr. Tambadu, we'll be able to identify the bottleneck and deal with that and make some progress. There is a lot of frustration on the ground. It's very important that all of us here in leadership understand that we've got a responsibility and an obligation to make sure that we improve the lives of the child and youth care workers so that they can improve the lives of children whom we know that they are faced with a lot of social ills. So I just wanted to make that point very clear. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson Ndate Donald Ngonyama. I see Sisno Mashudu Seluma from DUT. Go ahead.
Thank you, Registrar, and thank you so much to all the people that have arranged this. How many times do we have this gathering? I'm asking because it would be a pity if we're only going to have a gathering like this towards the end of the year, when we have so many pressing issues. And therefore, I'm just requesting that we make sure that the report back from the tasks that have been given in this platform becomes much more nearer this time.
Thank you. Thank you, sis. We appreciate that. I think what you're talking to just shows the need for more engagements. We shouldn't wait a year before we meet again. So we appreciate that feedback, and I'm sure that the board can hear the affirmation of the work that you're doing, leadership, all of you in the board, child and youth care work. It's a much needed platform for engagements, but also to exchange information and give progress to all the relevant stakeholders. So thank you so much for that contribution. I'm going to hand over now if there aren't any questions. Okay, and that there is.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question would be the commitment made by DSD National Department to meet with the professional board. I know it would be inappropriate to say now when we will want to meet, but I think the questions that are being raised by the sector through the various speakers, as well as the fact that we want to see forward movement. I wanted to know whether the department is available to meet with the professional board and council in the next month, to make a commitment here to say in the next month the meeting should have taken place and we should be able to give feedback to the sector by the first week of July. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Harris. Team DSD, there is a challenge. Are you able to make a commitment to meet at least within the next month before the end of the 30th of June and feedback be given to the sector by the 1st of July or that week in July? Ausgaleboy, can I request you from institutional support to lead the coordination of this meeting so that we don't, try to figure out the date now? Will you be amenable to that?
Thank you, Chairperson. The department has acknowledged the request from council. I think the request on the table right now is for the council to meet with the department. That's the one that the department is aware of. But if it is another one with the board, then the department will communicate through the proper channels to indicate whether that's going to be a joint meeting between council and the department together with the board, or is it going to be a different meeting, the one that deals with PBCYC, independent from the one that has been previously communicated to the department. We will communicate the two responses to the office of the DG, and the response will be given to council and the boards through the office of the of the registrar, so that a position can be created which option will work for both parties. We are aware that normally council will require that those should be high-level kind of meetings where senior managers at the executive level should form part of those discussions. So the office of the DG will give direction in terms of the proposed dates, and from our side will indicate that they communicate two possible dates for confirmation by the council as well as the board. So let us take it that we will communicate an additional request to the office of the DG, additional to the one that they had received 2 weeks back. And then feedback will be given to council through the office of the registrar.
Okay, thank you, Megalebo Rapo. Ndate Ngonyama and Dr. Tambadu.
Yes, Chairperson, I think that there is a confusion. I'm not sure if I am the one who is confused. This summit has noted that the progress that was presented by the Department of Social Development was not satisfactory. And this summit has requested that a meeting be held to deal with the issue of the business case as well as the report that was received. And it was also requested by Ms. Ricotso that they be invited to that meeting. So that is the meeting that we are talking about. And we are saying that that meeting latest should be end of next week. We cannot wait any longer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ndate Ngonyama, for that clarification. So I think what we will do as part of the resolution of this summit, we will send a formal request, that details what the summit is requesting or what everybody in this meeting is now requesting as a matter of urgency, because that meeting will include, as you've heard, PSA, probably PHD as well, our sector bargaining council, as well as DPSA, because I think there are issues of commonality that needs to be discussed at this stage. But we will reconvene. There's a task team that was planning the summit. I think they would have to do their own brainstorm after here to capture whatever is going to be summarized now and then take it forward, so that if we need to send a letter or even add on to the entourage that will be meeting with the office of the DG very soon, then we have one joint sitting tabling all the issues, so that we don't, always go back requesting for a meeting, but it is quite urgent. So let's leave it there. We are noting all of the contributions that have been made. And if there's any other issue I might have missed in the chat bar, please somebody can read it out to me. But at this stage, I want to hand over to Dr. Lisiba Molepo to do the summary and way forward, and followed by Ms. Samantha Barron, the Deputy Chairperson of the Professional Board. And I want to thank every one of you that has been an awesome audience in this session for allowing me to be your program director. And I hope I was not, pressing down too much on people, but I was mindful of the time. So thank you all so much for giving me the respect as your program director. Have a lovely day further. That would be all from me. Over to you, Dr. Lisiba, followed by Ms. Samantha Barron. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Registrar, and good afternoon to all colleagues. Colleagues, please allow me to acknowledge the achievement by our registrar. I saw the title, Dr. Malamba, and I'm sure she was just humble to actually announce herself. May we please congratulate her through hands, please. And I think as we come to this kind of platform, especially looking at the theme of our Child and Youth Care Workers Week, advancing the professional development of child and youth care workers. The registrar, I think, comes with an example that in order for us to advance this field, we have to take individual responsibility to do everything possible to actually better ourselves, and in that way we will be bettering the sector. I was looking at the third summit, which was, the title, The Ongoing Crisis in the Child and Youth Care Sector in South Africa and its Impact on the Welfare of Children and Youth. And I listened to some of the presentations, and indeed we are still in a crisis. I was hoping that, in fact, I was about to suggest that we change even that title there because of the progress that we would have made. But in some instances, clearly, we still have a crisis. And I hope that as stakeholders, we will each play our part to actually get out of this crisis. Also to mention that I saw there were about 155 people mentioned as being in attendance at one point, and 47 on Facebook. I'm not sure how many in total. It would be appropriate for the Secretariat to actually inform us about the total number of people who have attended this summit. And I want to really appreciate the participation. And for me, when I looked at the people in attendance, we had relevant stakeholders suggesting that we have tried to be as inclusive as possible in this summit. Colleagues, allow me to just summarize what has transpired. I'm not going to be touching on what other presenters have had to say because that would take time, but we have had a presentation by the President of Council, and Dr. Mpetsi actually reminded us about the complex challenges that require multiple stakeholders and for each one of us to play his or her role in order to address these challenges. Mr. Alfred Harris outlined the purpose of the summit, and he emphasized the need to look at how we have implemented the resolutions that were made in the previous summits. Ms. Winnie Morake has sent a message of support from the Professional Board of Social Work, and she really challenged us to say the world and challenges are evolving, and hence the importance of CPD policy to acquire new knowledge and expertise. Mr. Ngonyama, the chairperson of the Professional Board for Child and Youth Care Work, gave us the status of child and youth care in South Africa. And he said he wishes that this is not going to be another talk show. Sometimes it sounded like another talk show. Other times it sounded like we have made progress. And I hope in our upcoming summits, we won't even make use of the word talk show. And he requested me to also acknowledge the role that Gauteng DSD is playing in advancing the field. And you would agree with me, colleagues, because if you look at that study that was conducted, as well as the presentation by DUT, you can see that Gauteng is really taking the lead in terms of advancing the child and youth care workers, at least professionally. I'm now going to move on to the presentations that were made by the beneficiaries of the child and youth care services. And Ms. Musunwa, who has been in the field for over 20 years, but in different roles. And you could see through her enthusiasm that she's continuing to advance and therefore continue to make impact in the lives of young people. We also heard from Ms. Boniswa, and also came from community settings, and with the number of years in different roles as well. You can see that child and youth care workers can play different roles in different contexts, including in universities. I just liked the saying when she said, we need to have professional judgment. And professional judgment shouldn't only be at an operational level. It has to be at all levels, colleagues. We have to make professional judgments in terms of what needs to be done to advance this field. Angela Jones also really shared with us how many young people who are in our field are feeling in terms of that, but also demonstrated the kind of hope that she got from child and youth care workers and her desire to actually give back. Colleagues, I think the common thing that I have noticed from all these beneficiaries, together with Ms. Ndlovu, is that they have all acquired the skills to present with confidence. And we really thank everybody who has played a role in their lives. We have had inputs along the way. We have had inputs from Ms. Mehwe. We have had inputs from Mr. Mbati, and we have had inputs from Mr. Kabasia, and we also had response in terms of those inputs from Ms. Rokhoto. And she emphasized that we shouldn't maybe downplay the role of child and youth care workers, and in the whatever we do, we should not undermine or underplay the role of child and youth care workers. We've had a presentation from the National DSD, Ms. Tsegiso, and she actually gave us quite a number of issues. And the one issue that the one point that she mentioned is that she embraces social service cadres and including child and youth care workers. And then there were other issues raised from the previous summit, and she mentioned the appointment of a champion who is not a child and youth care worker by profession, and that
has generated some level of unhappiness on the part of the child and youth care workers. Then we saw the qualification analysis, which really helps and gives us a better idea of what is going on. And we applaud that, and we just hope that a follow-up will be made to ensure that other provinces comply, because we need a full picture of what is going on. We also had a presentation by Mr. Hadebe, who also shared some of the concerns, and especially the concern around public service wage bill and the study that was carried on by PwC. Mr. Khoto again mentioned that there is no satisfaction, especially on the basis of the work done, because the work done really did not so much speak to the business case that was raised, and she also lamented the lack of time frames in terms of those expectations. There were some disappointments, of course, from time to time in the reflections, and I'm not going to go through each individual comments in terms of that. And there were responses to some of the issues that were raised and the reflections that were made. And then there was a presentation by HWCTA about how they support child and youth care workers. And in the main, I think HWCTA's contribution has been acknowledged and applauded, and because they could really outline the kind of areas in which they are making progress in terms of child and youth care work. Then institutions of higher learning were also afforded an opportunity to present, and Dr. Khware from DUT presented progress as well as challenges that have been experienced. And the overall feeling in terms of the round of applause that I have seen was that much as there has been delays, progress is satisfactory. There was also a presentation from UJ on behalf of Dr. Nadesan. Mr. Ngonyama did that presentation. The one, basically it outlined the process, but the one concern cited was manpower and time as a main challenge. And I wonder how we can maybe drop in other stakeholders to see if we can fund this assist fund these processes, because I see times moving, colleagues, from year to year, and it is not bringing happiness to the sector. So we just need to find new ways of capacitating these colleagues, including UNISA, because progress was equally not that satisfactory, and resulting in disappointment and frustrations, as acknowledged by Professor Dikok herself. So we really need to be honest with ourselves and say what can be done to capacitate this higher education institutions. We have had a presentation by Mr. Sibia, who also spoke on behalf of PHSD SBC. And basically he outlined some of the issues that were raised at the time. And even in that area, there isn't much progress that has been cited. So, sorry, back to the higher education institutions, colleagues, there was also an acknowledgement that some of these delays are as a result of systematic processes. Although some institutions seem to have made more progress, others seem to be making slow progress. And we hope that we will support each other to move forward. I'm now going to just summarize the way forward. There was a proposals by Mr. Ngonyama that were included in his presentations. I think we need to interrogate that. I had a comment about the National School of Governance, which was announced by Ms. Lepan, and connectivity wasn't that clear, but I think that was also appreciated on the part of, and I'm just putting it under way forward because I didn't hear well, and I don't want us to lose this in planning forward, colleagues. The qualification analysis strategy, much as it was uploaded, I think it wasn't complete, and we hope that way forward, the national DSD will actually push those outstanding provinces, as well as get those who did not submit the correct data to sort of do so that we can have a complete picture of what is going on. The support of level 4 and 5 by HWSETA, I think, has been acknowledged, and we just need to take that forward and see how we do. But we also need to encourage provinces to identify those to be part of learnerships. We don't want just one province to take the lead in these colleagues. The presentation, the recommendations by PwC, I think needs to be followed through by DPSA and see how we can do that. And I was also thinking that because it was said that the report was going to be shared with the ministers, I was wondering if all ministers are included in that, those who have been mentioned there, because for me, I know I'm looking from a distance. I would have loved to see the Minister of Finance be included in that. Okay, there was a suggestion for a face-to-face meeting to look at the issues between DSD, DPSA, the union, as well as council or the board. So that one, I think, was clearly articulated. And also there was a suggestion in terms of way forward to get the correct numbers in terms of qualified child and youth care workers. It was mentioned that Gauteng DSD and national DSD figures that were presented about child and youth care workers were not correlating. I think we need to revisit that and get a correct figures. There was also a suggestion that a session with all HRD units across the country needs to be facilitated by national DSD, so that they are aware of what the expectations are, especially in terms of advertisements and so on. Another way forward, HWSETA to be in contact with DUT to discuss bursaries. I think DUT be in touch with HWSETA and let's see how this opportunity for bursaries can be explored further. And DUT to pursue the offerings, including the new ones. Yes, we have had the update, and we are saying keep on moving forward and continue with the new ones, because you heard from institutions of higher learning, for an example, that they would also need qualified people to actually place in these programs once those opportunities come up. There was also a suggestion for the quarterly updates from higher education institutions, because there is a sense that when there is no these updates, there is no progress, colleagues. So we have to make sure that there is that kind of updates and feedback to the sector. The last one in terms of a way forward is the proper report back to the field about the urgent meeting that was or that is likely to be held in a week or two's time, so that we can actually feed back to the sector. Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Lisiba. Mayor Baron, Samantha.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols observed. I'll try and be as short as possible because I know we are a bit over time. In closing, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the speakers and everyone that took time out of their busy personal and professional schedules. We would like to extend our sincere gratitude to you and your presence virtually. Furthermore, I would like to leave you with a quote of our late Nelson Mandela. There can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way it treats its children. Let us continue to positively change the world of children and families, although we still have a long way to go in holistically advancing the profession of child and youth care work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Samantha Baron, the Deputy Chairperson for the Board Child and Youth Care Work. I think on that note, we're going to close the session, and I want to thank everyone so much for staying the whole time until this period, and there's a special request from the desk of the chairperson, Ntate Ngonyama, for all the members of the Professional Board Child and Youth Care Work to please remain behind when everybody else is logging off. Molebogeng, kindly stop the recording, and then colleagues, have a lovely day further. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations on your PhD.
Yeah, congratulations, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. Congratulations as well. Big achievement. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. T.
Thank you, Dr. Chair.